The war started because of the vile and his villainous empire building.
George, the British Empire at present covers a quarter of the globe, while the German Empire consists of a small sausage factory in Tanganyika. I hardly think that we can be entirely absolved from blame on the imperialistic front.
Oh, no, sir, absolutely not. Mad as a bicycle.
Well, possibly. But the real reason for the whole thing was that it was just too much effort not to have a war.
By gum, this is interesting. I always loved history. The Battle of Hastings, Henry VIII and his 6 knives, all that.
You see, Baldrick, in order to prevent war in Europe, 2 superblocks developed. Us, the French and the Russians on one side, and the Germans and Austro-Hungary on the other. The idea was to have 2 vast opposing armies, each acting as the other's deterrent. That way, there could never be a war.
But this is a sort of a war, isn't it, sir?
Yes, that's right. You see, there was a tiny flaw in the plan.
What was that, sir?
It was bollocks.
British and American authors of history still struggle to satisfactorily answer the question, why, upon the German occupation of Czechia, did Neville Chamberlain declare that the Munich Agreement was not violated and that the policy of appeasement will continue on the 15th of March, 1939? Then just 4 days later propose a grand alliance between Russia, Britain, France, and Poland to confront Germany with? Further, why, after Poland rejected this grand alliance, did Britain then formulate a plan to guarantee a Romanian-Polish alliance a few days later on the 27th March? Further still, why did Chamberlain, contrary to the advice of the British military, settle for only a unilateral guarantee of Poland on the 30th of March, 1939? Just 2 weeks after his speech of the 17th of March, where he stated that he did not wish to propose any more guarantees? Why did Chamberlain suddenly promise to start a war for Polish economic rights in Danzig after several years of advising the Poles to allow Germany to reunite with Danzig? Let's look at the activities of 2 key ambassadors in the 14 days prior to Chamberlain's so-called promise to defend Poland. The British ambassador to Poland, Howard Kennard, visited the Polish foreign minister on the 17th, 18th, 21st, and 30th March. The United States ambassador to Britain, Joseph Kennedy, visited the British foreign minister on, at least, the 17th, 18th, 20th, 22nd, 24th, 27th, and 29th or 30th March, and made a special secret visit to Chamberlain's residence on the 25th March. This alone tells a story of the British guarantee to Poland of the 31st of March, 1939. Despite the grand array of documents all demonstrating the point, is there any single solid piece of evidence that shows that American opinion was the primary reason why Britain decided to give Poland a unilateral guarantee, with the full knowledge and expectation that such an alliance would lead to a Second World War? Yes, there is. The minutes of the Foreign Policy Committee meeting of the 27th of March, which record, quote, "The Foreign Secretary said that we were faced with the dilemma of doing nothing or entering into a devastating war. If we did nothing, this would mean a great accession to Germany's strength and a great loss to ourselves of sympathy and support in the United States and in other parts of the world. If we had to choose between these 2 great evils, he favored our going to war. You cannot convince me that the British foreign minister decided the issue of war or peace on the possibility of losing Swedish sympathy and support. He quite obviously decided on war because the United States threatened Britain with the loss of sympathy and support. Thus, as Herbert Hoover wrote in his memoirs, had it not been for Roosevelt, the British would not have made this, the most gigantic blunder of history. It is for this reason that popular Anglo-American history ignores the context of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Polish history does not do this. They fully recognize that it was a grand act of pragmatism that Hitler made when faced with the so-called peace front. Anglo-American history cannot do this, for it was Britain, under pressure from Roosevelt, that began the policy of confrontational bloc building. This is why the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was such a stunning shock, for it defeated the Anglo-American hope that Russia would somehow come into the planned war against Germany. The following is a compilation of documents that demonstrate exactly how the British guarantee to Poland and the Second World War came about. Halifax asked again what would be America's reaction to a German-Czech war. I said I had not the slightest idea, except that we want to keep out of war. He then asked me why I thought Great Britain should be the defender of the ideals and morals of the democracies rather than the United States, not in a nasty way, but merely for the sake of argument. I told him that they had made the Czechoslovak incident part of their business, their allies in France were connected with the whole affair, and our people just failed to see where America should be involved. The fear is that as things are going, France may be a helpless country lying between an enlarged Germany and strengthened Italy. Britain might even be reduced to the status of a third-rate power, with many of her colonies gone. If this should happen, there might then follow attempts by Germany, Italy, and Japan to penetrate South America. This would mean that the United States would have to go to the defense of South America, in which event we would be called upon to defend both the Atlantic and the Pacific seaboards from powerful enemies. In the event of war, the president thinks that the British and French will control not only the Atlantic, but also the Mediterranean. This would mean both Germany and Italy would be bottled up. The president discussed again at cabinet his idea of a strictly defensive war. He indicated that even if we had to enforce our neutrality laws, there would be methods for which munitions could flow towards Britain and France. The Monroe Doctrine is just as much of an irritant to the present government in Germany as the maintenance of the Czechoslovakian state. We have, in the end, the most to lose if arrangements are made now which endanger our interests and, as I see it, there is a grave danger of that, which must be realized by anyone who takes a long-range view and a realistic attitude. A wise man asked me yesterday what the difference was between Hitler taking something which didn't belong to him and had never belonged to his country, and between Chamberlain and Daladier giving away something which wasn't theirs and had never been theirs. I am fearful that in the arrangements about to be made, and which may be made in the near future, growing out of the Munich meeting, someone other than ourselves is going to give away something precious that belongs to us. The president felt that if war came, the French would speedily mop up the Italian colonies in Africa and would promptly liquidate Franco in Spain. He believes that Italy itself could be driven to the wall, and that then England, France, Russia, Czechia, Romania, Yugoslavia, Turkey, and other anti-German countries could concentrate against Germany. We, the German Führer and Chancellor and the British Prime Minister, regard the agreement signed last night and the Anglo-German naval agreement as symbolic of the desire of our two peoples never to go to war with one another again. We are resolved that the method of consultation shall be the method adopted to deal with any other questions that may concern our two countries, and are determined to continue our efforts to remove possible sources of difference and thus to contribute to assure the peace of Europe. The president said he expects the following moves in the future. Germany will be wanting colonies, and in the process of satisfying the German appetite, it is suspected that England will offer Trinidad and prevail upon France to offer Martinique. This would give Germany strong outposts on our eastern coast as well as the coasts of South America. Then the United States would be urged to agree to these transfers. The president has made up his mind that if any such a thing should happen, the United States fleet would be sent to take both of these islands. Far from ordering the affairs of Europe, we and the French are on the defensive. We must cut our losses in Central and Eastern Europe. Let Germany find her Lebensraum there and establish herself, if she can, as a powerful economic unit. I don't know that that necessarily worsens our commercial and economic outlook. I have never heard it said that Selfridges ruined Harrods. Oddly enough, small shops flourish under the shadow of them both. Hitler has got all that he said he wanted. That is quite different from Hitler saying that he has got all he wants, and that again would not mean that Hitler does not want a number of things that he has not yet mentioned. I asked Ambassador Bullitt how he visualized the future war. He replied that above all, the United States, France, and England must rearm tremendously. Only then, when the moment is ripe, will they be ready for the final decision. I asked him in what way could the conflict arise, since Germany probably would not attack England and France. Bullitt replied that the democratic countries needed another 2 years until they were fully armed. In the meantime, Germany would have advanced with its expansion in an easterly direction. It would be the wish of the democratic states that armed conflict would break out there between Germany and Russia. In reply to my question whether the United States would take part in such war, he said, "Undoubtedly yes, but only after Britain and France had made the first move." I was visited by the American ambassador in Warsaw, Anthony Biddle. He told me with a strange satisfaction that the Poles were ready to go to war over Danzig. They would meet the motorized forces of the German army with agility. In April, he declared, the new crisis will break out. Never since the torpedoing of the Lusitania has there been such religious hatred against Germany and America. Chamberlain and Daladier will be swept away by public opinion. It is a holy war. From New York, I went to Washington to see the president. For 2 hours, we talked about the European situation. There was a trace of impatience in the president over Chamberlain's policy of waiting to see what Hitler would do. He thought that some rattling of the saber would be more effective than continuing assurances of fair and reasonable dealing. He said he planned to do a little saber rattling himself, but his chief objectives for the moment were rearmament and the repeal of the Neutrality Laws. Bullitt thinks that it is now the policy of England and France to permit other nations to have their will with Russia. He believes that Germany, in due course, will try to take the Ukraine, which is the richest wheat area of the Soviet Union. By leaving Russia to her fate, England and France will be diverting the threat of Germany from their own lands. If a Ukrainian state were to come into existence with German assistance, even should the assistance be of a military nature, under the skillful slogan freely circulated by Germany, self-determination for the Ukrainians, liberation of Ukraine from the oppression of Russia, this would be accepted by authoritative circles as well as by the British public, especially if British economic interests in the development of Ukraine were added as an incentive for the British. Britain would never allow a conflict to arise over the realization of the right to self-determination. In certain circles, the idea is also prevalent that a German expansionist policy towards Ukraine would be welcomed by many who are not well disposed towards Germany. It is thought that in this way, Germany's attention would be diverted from Western Europe for a long time to come.
Words may be futile, but war is not the only means of commanding a decent respect for the opinions of mankind. There are many methods, short of war, but stronger and more effective than mere words, of bringing home to aggressor governments the aggregate sentiments of our own people. At the very least, we can and should avoid any action or any lack of action which will encourage, assist, or build up an aggressor.
According to Ambassador Biddle, England would look favorably upon Germany engaging Russia. In competent British circles, it is calculated that in a showdown between Germany and Russia, Hitler would be forced to launch 100 divisions to the east. The West could take advantage of this to attack Germany from behind. On January 10, 1939, Ambassador Bullitt and I appeared before a secret session of the Military Affairs Committee. The burden of our story was much the same, namely that the chances were in favor of a general European war by spring or summer. The Ukraine and Tunisia both appeared to be likely danger spots. Bullitt was more confident than I of France's power and will to resist. I pointed out to the committee the essential weakness of England's armaments. Without the power to resist, the will to resist was futile. Bullitt leaves for Paris on the 21st of this month. He is sailing with a trunk full of instructions and directions from President Roosevelt, the State Department, and senators of the Foreign Affairs Committee. In talking to Bullitt, I had the impression that he had received from President Roosevelt a very detailed definition of the attitude taken by the United States towards the present European crisis. Bullitt explained to me, "It is the decided opinion of Roosevelt that France and Britain must put an end to any sort of compromise with the totalitarian countries. They must not let themselves in for any discussions aiming at any kind of territorial changes. They have the assurance that the United States will leave the policy of isolation and be prepared to intervene actively on the side of Britain and France in case of war. America is ready to place its whole wealth of money and raw materials at their disposal. The United States' preparation for war on sea, land and air, which will be carried out at an accelerated speed, will consume the colossal sum of $1.2 billion. At Cabinet, the president pointed out that Hitler would not have to control all of Europe and South America in order to make it difficult for us economically. For example, if Hitler can dominate the major part of Europe, he can bring pressure upon Argentina to conform with fascist principles and economics. On January 31, 1939, at a secret conference with the Senate Military Affairs Committee, President Roosevelt told the senators that he was working closely with Britain and France, and that he meant his statement of action more effective than mere words. The United States must get into the fight against the dictators. At a press conference at the White House this morning, the president described deliberate lies about statements attributed to him regarding the American border located on the Rhine. To a journalist who asked him to clearly define what American foreign policy was, Roosevelt stated that he was in complete sympathy with all efforts made to reduce or limit armaments. Mr. Roosevelt, who seemed irritated, then accused the American press of distorting the facts, adding that questions of national policy should not be the subject of controversies engaged for electoral purposes. Finally, he insisted that secrecy should be maintained regarding the conversations he had had with members of Congress. They had been convened in committee to be informed of strictly confidential information. If this information were published, it would be contrary to the interests of the United States. These statements, which were intended to dispel misunderstandings, seem to have done the opposite. Ambassador Bullitt said, "Should war break out, likely we shall not take part in it at the beginning, but we shall finish it." According to Ambassador Bullitt, the above-mentioned attitude of official Washington circles is not based on ideological motives, but stems entirely from the necessity of defending the realistic interests of the United States. The United States has at its disposal many different and powerful means of pressure, and the threat to employ them would suffice to hold Britain back from a policy of compromise. British order more U.S. planes. The Air Ministry announced yesterday that Britain would purchase 250 warplanes from the United States in addition to the 400 already on order. The German Information Office reports from London about the departure to Berlin of a British delegation, which will be conducting talks with representatives of German industry in the coming days. The departure took place on the 13th of this month. The prospective trade negotiations between Germany and England, as they relate both to negotiations between private industrial interests and to negotiations between the governments, are of course of the greatest interest to this government. The reports from the field and the great flood of newspaper stories which have reached the State Department still leave us without any certain understanding of the objectives of the discussions or of the arrangements which may result. In a recent conversation with Lindsay, I indicated the strong American interest in this matter, an interest which extends to both the political and the economic connotations of any arrangements which may be worked out between England and Germany. If any arrangements should be established which would facilitate the operation of the German trade system, while Germany continues to arm and threaten aggression, this could not fail at the present time to attract attention in the United States and to affect public sentiment with regard to European affairs. In an address in Sunderland last night, Lord Halifax said that Britain was not setting herself up as a universal policeman, but she means to look to her fighting strength as the only solid guarantee of the empire against aggression. The League of Nations' failure to do all of what was hoped of it was the result of many large countries being outside of it and the consequent unwillingness of its members to take vital risks for their people in causes which did not appear to a large proportion of their populations to be causes in which they were immediately concerned. That was the simple truth, and in admitting it, His Majesty's government were not more to be charged with disloyalty to the League than, for example, the pacifist was disloyal to his principles because he recognized the necessity in present circumstances of this country being rearmed. In my opinion, there was no occasion during the past few years when British policy on a major international issue could have followed a different line than it did, without the grave risk of that policy leading to a major European war. The British Foreign Office has been informed that German troops are standing ready to cross the Czech border tonight if the Prague government does not comply with the wishes expressed by the Reich. If it is not possible for the Western powers to stop Germany on the path it has embarked upon, it will be less painful for them to appear ignorant of the events brewing than to attempt a démarche that would inevitably be met with a negative response. Indeed, such a démarche would not be in the name of the Anglo-German Declaration of September 30th. Such a diplomatic act was only for providing consultation in the event that British interests were at stake. Nor would it be in the name of the guarantee of Czechoslovak territory, since it was not possible to agree on the implementation of this guarantee, which in the mind of the British government should have taken an international form. At most, one can allege that Great Britain, after having accepted the Munich Agreement, is required to do what is in its power to save the independence of the state. Having made the above considerations, Lord Halifax considered it preferable to remain reserved and wait until the drama had played out before drawing a conclusion. We had a meeting in Halifax office to discuss our position. It was agreed we must make no empty threats, since we were not going to fight for Czechoslovakia any more than for Danzig, although we would fight for Switzerland, Belgium, Holland, or Tunisia. It seems interesting to me that the news has generally been met with resignation. It is significant to note that the stock exchange, which is usually so sensitive to external threats, did not react with any panic to the German takeover of Czechia. Everyone recognizes that this is a direct consequence of the Munich Agreement, which, by confirming the disinterest of the Western powers in Central Europe, had placed the Czech state at the mercy of the Reich. The Prime Minister said that it might no doubt be true that the disruption of Czechoslovakia had been largely engineered by Germany, but our guarantee was not a guarantee against the exercise of moral pressure. The Prime Minister pointed out that the German action had all been taken under the guise of agreement with the Czechoslovak government. The Secretary of State for War pointed out that hitherto Herr Hitler had contented himself with incorporating German peoples into the Reich, and that had constituted the first phase. The present step resulted in the establishment of German dominance over non-German peoples, and constituted the beginning of a new and second phase, and all pointed to the Drang nach Osten. The former military attaché to Berlin had foretold these two phases, and thought that there would be a third phase, namely when Germany would begin to expel the Slavs from the territories which she dominated. The Foreign Secretary asked his colleagues to consider the possibility of recalling His Majesty's ambassador from Berlin. While he did not feel strongly on the matter, he thought there was something to be said for adopting this course. He was reluctant to allow public opinion in the United States to think that we were inert. The general view of the cabinet was that the step suggested was premature. The postponement of the visit of the British ministers to Berlin would be a signal mark of our disapproval. The Prime Minister read out a short statement, which he had drafted, indicating the general line of the statement which he proposed to make. In the course of the discussion, the wisdom of emphasizing the military occupation of Czechoslovakia was questioned on the grounds that the Czechoslovak government had invited this step. The situation has radically changed since the Slovak Diet declared the independence of Slovakia. This decision has put an end to the internal disruption by the state whose frontiers we had proposed to guarantee. His Majesty's government cannot accordingly hold themselves any longer bound by this obligation. It is natural that I should bitterly regret what has now occurred, but do not let us on that account be deflected from our course. Let us remember that the desire of all the peoples of the world still remains concentrated on the hopes of peace and a return to the atmosphere of understanding and goodwill, which has so often been disturbed. The aim of this government is now, as it has always been, to promote that desire and to substitute the method of discussion for the method of force in the settlement of differences. Though we may have to suffer checks and disappointments from time to time, the object that we have in mind is of too great significance to the happiness of mankind for us lightly to give it up or set it on one side. Lord Halifax confirmed to me that for the time being, the British government has no intention of taking diplomatic action in Berlin. He referred to a statement made this afternoon by the Prime Minister, which he himself argued before the House of Lords. He hopes that the cancellation of Mr. Hudson's visit to Berlin will serve as a useful warning. Halifax has only one consolation, that of having put an end to the problem of the Czech guarantee, which troubled his conscience. I told the French ambassador that the one compensating advantage I saw in the German occupation of Prague was that it had brought a natural end to the somewhat embarrassing commitment of a guarantee in which the French had been involved. The British government will not be deflected from its pursuit of peace by yesterday's events in Czechoslovakia, Mr. Chamberlain declared in the Commons today. He refused to bring against Herr Hitler the charge of breach of faith, but what had taken place was not contemplated when the Munich Agreement was signed. Munich not violated, the Daily Telegraph's correspondent goes on to quote a Foreign Office spokesman as saying, Mr. Chamberlain and Lord Halifax should not be more Catholic than the Pope. What is remarkable is the promptness with which the government deemed the time had come to take extreme measures and proceeded to such a brutal reversal of British foreign policy. It was even within 48 hours, exactly between the 15th and 17th of March, that the reversal in question occurred. Bullitt told me of a conversation he had with the president 2 days before Chamberlain's speech. Roosevelt said on the telephone, "I have the evening papers in front of me with their headlines. Chamberlain washes his hands. You know the last well-known man about whom that was said?" "Yes," replied Bullitt. "Pontius Pilate said it of himself." Roosevelt was burning with rage against the Germans and also against Chamberlain. The current view of the State Department is that the German drive to the east continues substantially unchecked. We talked with the president at the White House. He believes that the Germans will go eastward, that they will not make any agreement with Stalin. Summer Wells raised the question of our relations in South America. We agreed that if we did nothing, German prestige would probably rise there. The main point in all this is that the State Department is rapidly reaching the boiling point. I gather the president feels the same way about it. At all events, Bullitt had been telephoning him during the day. Mr. Roosevelt's foreign policy will become firmer than ever as a result of the seizure of Czechoslovakia. It was declared in circles in close contact with the president today. Events abroad have diminished such Senate opposition as hitherto existed, with the result that a policy of stiffening what is regarded as the flabby resolution of the European democracies is likely to be intensified. We ought perhaps to take a stand, whatever that may mean, but after the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, can we? He is speaking again tomorrow at Birmingham. Think he's been binged up to be a bit firmer. The reason for the British about turn was because Chamberlain had received a message from Roosevelt. The president warned that Britain could expect no support from the United States, moral or material or through the sale of airplanes, if the Munich policy continued. Ambassador Bullitt said, "The United States has at its disposal many different and powerful means of pressure, and the threat to employ them would suffice to hold Britain back from a policy of compromise." British order more U.S. planes. The Air Ministry announced yesterday that Britain would purchase 250 warplanes from the United States in addition to the 400 already on order. It will be recalled that on March 14th, just as the entire world realized Hitler was about to break his pledge to the Czechs, American correspondents in London cabled that the British government saw no cause for alarm. This was because the British Foreign Office had called in U.S. correspondents and told them that the British government was unperturbed. Chamberlain holds Munich Pact has not been violated, sees no unprovoked aggression. Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain publicly washed his hands of responsibility for the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia in the House of Commons today. London and Paris very clearly declare their complete disinterest in the Czech question. We are almost already outside of any danger zone. All this took place during a period of diplomatic double-crossing in which British banks were lending money to Germany for rearmament, and the Federation of British Industries was negotiating a secret pact with German industry in violation of the Anglo-American Trade Agreement. Part or all of this may be denied, but the actual facts are that tension in U.S.-British relations came to a head on or about March 16th, one day after Hitler had swallowed the remains of Czechia. Dusseldorf. Talks between the British and German trade missions ended here today. A communiqué states that an agreement has been reached on the following points. It is essential that constructive cooperation designed to foster world trade should replace destructive competition. A joint effort to increase world consumption of British and German products is a necessary forerunner to other agreements. The communiqué adds that 10 British and German groups are already negotiating and that 50 others are preparing to negotiate. Paragraph 8, carrying an implied threat that if industries of other countries do not join such agreements, then the German and British governments will be asked to cooperate in order to bring pressure and to compel them to do so, will not make a happy impression here. Suddenly, on March 20th, I learned of the Dusseldorf Agreement. I literally marched over to the Board of Trade that afternoon and demanded the details of the agreement from Minister Stanley. Stanley was disturbed by my impetuosity, but he gave me a copy of the agreement. It was worse than I had expected. Board of Trade officials gave me a series of lame excuses, asserting that it was not aimed at American competition, that it could not really affect South American markets, etc. But I was not satisfied. I took the problem to Halifax, who immediately saw the serious implications of the Dusseldorf Agreement to Anglo-American relations. He assured me that the British government would not permit the agreement to be implemented. The president of the Board of Trade yesterday received the president and chairman of the Federation of British Industries. An official report says, the president of the Board of Trade expressed the opinion that, although the political developments of the last few days had created a situation which, while it lasted, made further progress impossible, the Federation, in obtaining the agreement of the Reichsgruppe Industrie to the Joint Declaration of Principles, had performed a valuable piece of work. It was agreed that only the future could show whether at some later date the valuable work thus far accomplished might be developed to the national advantage. Anglo-German Trade Agreement, Romanian-German Trade Agreement signed, Dutch-German Trade Agreement signed. American trade agreements, a vital part of foreign policy. In a letter to the chairman of the Finance Committee, President Roosevelt declared the trade agreements program to be an essential part of economic recovery, and also, particularly at this critical stage in world affairs, a vital part of our foreign policy. British double-crossing finally became so flagrant that when Roosevelt, Hull, and Wells got the full drift of it, they sent a virtual ultimatum to Chamberlain that, as far as the United States was concerned, Great Britain could fish or cut bait. These days have been beastly, politically awful, really worse than last September. It is a straight question of whether you can appeal to a moral principle in governing the world, or whether we have to be guided by a straight Machiavellian policy. Whatever we do, we shall have to go alone. Neither France nor Britain can be trusted. They are frightened and unfrank. This is particularly true of the British government. Any move we make will be the first in a constant, irritating policy, which will lead to a modified state of war. The United States ambassador asked me whether I could give him, in light of recent events, any indication of where we went next. American public opinion was profoundly shocked, and it was important that it should be protected from jumping to entirely wrong conclusions. There was evidence that the real danger consisted in the fact that so many people, well-intentioned but not well-informed, subconsciously believed that there was somewhere a perfect plan which would avoid all the evils of which they complained, and which would, incidentally, not involve war, but which the European democracies were either too short-sighted or too faint-hearted to put into operation. He feared that one reaction from them might be a greater accretion of strength to the anti-British sentiment in America, which would outweigh the feeling against the Germans, and this could hardly be more hostile than it was already. In effect, Roosevelt bluntly asked whether Britain was a national socialist nation or a democracy, and warned that the United States would watch Chamberlain's future policy for the answer. Sir John Simon, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, told a questioner that the government had asked the Bank of England not to make any exceptional transfers of gold without consulting the government. The United States ambassador added that he greatly hoped that His Majesty's government would not allow any of the Czech money deposited in English banks to pass out of this country into the hands of Germany. He could assure me that no such money would be permitted to leave the United States. It became known to the House of Commons that as far back as March 24th, Montague Norman, governor of the Bank of England, had agreed to transfer £6 million of Czech gold to the German Reichsbank by way of the Bank of International Settlements. By this time, the sentiment of Roosevelt, Hull, and Wells would have burnt up the printed page. Their almost inescapable conclusion was that the oligarchy which actually rules Britain was anxious at heart to preserve the dictators and secretly feared the strengthening of democratic government similar to the Popular Front in France or the Negrin regime in Spain. These are awful days. The crisis is worse really than last September, but the public doesn't know it. It's more critical and more imminent and more acute, and I am afraid we have reached the crossroads. It is assured that it was only under the persistent pressure of Halifax that Chamberlain agreed to include in his Birmingham speech the phrases that immediately gave the impression that he had drawn the appropriate lesson from events. I feel bound to repeat that, while I am not prepared to engage this country by new unspecified commitments operating under conditions which cannot now be foreseen, yet no greater mistake could be made than to suppose that, because it believes war to be a senseless and cruel thing, this nation has so lost its fiber that it will not take part to the utmost of its power in resisting such a challenge if it ever were made. The Foreign Secretary reported that he had seen the United States ambassador this morning, who had warmly approved the Prime Minister's speech at Birmingham yesterday, but added that it carried with it the connotation that this country would not submit to further aggressive action on Germany's part. The United States today moved vigorously, short of war, to challenge German aggression. Defense program booms. President Roosevelt's $1.7 billion defense program was booming on the tide of popular protest against Hitler's moves. There were new warnings of German plans to penetrate South American markets. Observers believed that if anything could persuade Congress to release Mr. Roosevelt from the restrictions of existing neutrality legislation, the latest developments in Eastern Europe would do it. Whereas the Prime Minister was once a strong advocate of peace, he has now definitely swung around to the war point of view. At present, there was no point of difference between Chamberlain and Halifax. Any attempt to compromise with Japan would alienate the sympathy of the United States. I consider that our aim must be active Anglo-American cooperation, wherever possible. Despite Halifax pressure, the government still seemed hesitant, and Your Excellency knows how insufficient and vague the initial proposals for international collaboration developed at Downing Street were. The British government suggests the urgent issuance of a four-power declaration, Britain, France, Poland, and Russia, stating that in the event of a threat of aggression, the mentioned countries will immediately conduct consultations on measures of resistance. I hate the thought of great powers being brought into wars over wretched little states in the Balkans. I cannot bring myself to feel that an alliance with Russia is anything other than very, very dangerous. I do not understand how the English have begun to lend themselves to it. The allying of so-called democratic nations against Germany and Italy is one of the things that is likely to bring on a major war. Britain has so far made no direct approach to Washington, but is advising the U.S. ambassador of all developments. It is realized that America's attitude is vitally important, but the initiative will probably be left to President Roosevelt. A Washington message states, "The chief interest of the American public concerning the European situation centered today on the efforts by Britain to create an international bloc against Germany. It seems clearly indicated that the United States, particularly in the present temper of Congress and President, will be prepared to render moral and material assistance to the bloc, but will stop short of participation in war." A declaration condemning Germany's annexation of Czechoslovakia and expressing determination to resist any further German aggression may be issued by a new Stop Hitler bloc of powers within 48 hours, it was understood today. Britain, France, and Russia were understood to have agreed to take the leadership. It was reported that the British government had sent instructions to its ambassadors in Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, Yugoslavia, and Greece urging their adherence to a nine-power declaration. The stance of the United States would be a prime point of consideration in the formulation of Britain's new collective security policy, it was said. Today I conveyed our response to the British proposal. We are ready to sign their four-power declaration if France and Poland also sign. The British feel that Russia may go along with them, not to serve the general cause, but to serve whatever purpose they have in mind. If they do agree to go along with the French and the British, and if Romania and Turkey are prepared to fight, Then England is advising France that they should both go to war regardless of Poland. The president told an interesting story about a telephone conversation with Bullitt. It seems that Bullitt called him from Paris and began by saying, "Mr. President, of course the English Foreign Office is listening into this conversation, and we will have to be careful what we say. You and I know that they are a bunch of cowardly, double-crossing, tricky people over there who can't be relied upon to carry out their own undertakings. And undoubtedly the French are listening in too. But you know they are just as bad as the English." The president said he concluded the conversation by saying, "Well, Bill, I agree with you in everything you have said." The president was delighted with this episode, offering as it did an opportunity to tell the British and French unofficially what we thought of them. The fact is that the belligerent party in Washington is making headway. It is these circles which are striving to reinforce America's willingness to participate by arguing that Germany is not economically in a position to wage a protracted war and would collapse within a few months from lack of raw materials, and that therefore the time to strike is now or never. Unless some nation in Europe stands up to Germany quickly, France and England may face defeat, and such defeat would mean their fleets in the hands of the Germans and Italians. We would then have the Japanese in the Pacific and an overwhelming fleet against us in the Atlantic. If European war should begin, I believe the American people would unanimously say, "Send supplies to the Allies, but never an American soldier." I believe that even if the countries of Europe should fall under German domination, one by one, and even if it should seem that France and England were going to be defeated, the American people would not desire to declare war on Germany unless Germany committed direct acts of aggression against the United States. I believe, however, that such acts of aggression would be committed and that after a year of European war, the American people would desire to declare war on Germany. Poland seeks assurances. The United Press said that Britain's plan for a four-power declaration against Hitler's march to the east struck a snag that was reported to have forced the government to consider limiting the pact to Britain, France, and Soviet Russia. Poland was understood to be hesitant about joining any anti-German bloc, but the Russians were believed to have decided to fall in line with the plan approved by Britain and France. It was understood that Poland was holding out for a firm military pledge, which would assure her protection of the three big powers if she signed any declaration that might arouse German hostility. The French ambassador said that a new situation had arisen. A declaration was proposed to the following states: Britain, France, Poland, and Russia. In Paris, we understand very well Polish reservations, especially the argument that Poland's adherence to this pact could trigger a conflict. However, for some time now, we have been witnessing a fact of crucial importance: the decision of England to actively intervene in Eastern Europe. The participation of England in the defense of Eastern Europe is taking shape very quickly. In light of the impressions left on his mind by his conversations with Ambassador Bullitt, it seemed to Ambassador Kennedy that considerable doubt emerged as to the willingness of Poland and Romania to defend themselves against German encroachment or attack, and he seemed to detect some doubt in many quarters as to whether those governments were likely to mean business and whether His Majesty's government and France really meant business. If we did not, the general effect of statements made during the last few days would be one of great disappointment. Halifax felt that the inevitability of war sooner or later should be met right now. It is inconceivable that France should be drawn into a war to defend Polish interests and what little remains of Danzig's status as a free city. We also have the feeling that there is a growing concern among Poles that it might be wise, in order to avoid a war with Germany, to make concessions to it, similar to Romania, even if it means being drawn little by little into Germany's orbit. The Führer does not wish to solve the Danzig question by force. He does not wish to drive Poland into the arms of Britain by this. A possible military occupation of Danzig could be contemplated only if Lipski gave an indication that the Polish government could not justify voluntary cession of Danzig to their own people, and that therefore a fait accompli would make the solution easier to them. The Polish ambassador came yesterday with Beck's counterproposal for a secret understanding with Britain, to consult as to action in the event of aggression. Poland cannot agree to any public declaration in which Russia is involved. Poland is terrified of any publicity. Halifax, however, is sure that we cannot agree to any secret agreement with Poland due to Parliament. What we want is to secure the certainty for Germany of a war on two fronts, East and West, in the event of any aggression by her. Poland declining to enter a four-power Stop Hitler bloc without concrete military guarantees was regarded as speaking the opinion of several nations which might like to see Germany stopped but want the stopping done with something more than words. Poland's refusal to enter the bloc on the presently suggested basis was regarded as a severe and perhaps decisive blow to plans for an immediate anti-aggression declaration. It has become apparent that the British diplomatic offensive has come to a complete halt. Poland declined to ally with Russia. Holland and Switzerland expressed displeasure at rumors that France and England planned to guarantee their integrity, etc. As someone remarked, Hitler has had 3 victories within a week. First in Czechoslovakia, second in Memel, and third in London. I am rapidly lowering my estimate of the cleverness of British diplomacy. According to Russian reports, the spine which Chamberlain showed in his Birmingham speech is not being followed by action, and the outlook for a positive British policy is as questionable as it was a couple months ago. During a conversation with Ambassador Bullitt on the 24th of March, I stated that all diplomatic negotiations started by London would have no possibility of success so long as the British government decides not to accept definite and precise obligations. It is childish and criminal to hold Poland responsible for war or peace. It must be asserted once and for all that the responsibility rests principally with England and France. Ambassador Bullitt agreed completely with my views. If Poland rejects the British offer of an alliance, as seems possible, all resistance to Germany would cease in the eastward of French boundaries. The strength which Hitler and Mussolini could bring against the French army, after a few months of organizing Central and Eastern Europe, would be such that the temptation of France and England to submit to Germany would be colossal. If they submit, South America would be next on the Hitler program. The following day, the 25th, he informed me that, adopting my views and exercising the authority he was accorded, he had instructed the American ambassador in London, Joseph Kennedy, to call at the residence of Prime Minister Chamberlain and to repeat everything to him, emphasizing categorically the responsibility of the British government. I asked Kennedy about the conversation which he is said to have had recently with Mr. Chamberlain concerning Poland. Kennedy was surprised and declared categorically that a conversation of such significance never took place. At the same time, and contradicting his own assertion, Kennedy expressed displeasure and surprise that his colleagues in Paris and Warsaw should talk so openly about this conversation. In order to strengthen the efforts of the American ambassador in London, I called the attention of Ambassador Bullitt to the fact that it is possible that the British may treat the efforts of the United States with contempt. He answered that I am probably right, but that nevertheless the United States has at its disposal the means to bring pressure on England. There are rumors here to the effect that Ambassador Kennedy actually did talk with Mr. Chamberlain in recent days. It is asserted that he emphasized that America's sympathies for England in case of a conflict would depend to a great extent upon the determination with which England would take care of European states threatened by Germany. It was difficult for me to judge what effect the conversation with Mr. Kennedy could have had on the position of Mr. Chamberlain, but I believe that it was not without meaning, since from what Bullitt told me, the British government was very much concerned with the American opinion and wished to maintain close relations with Washington. I was very pleased that Ambassador Kennedy's conversation with Chamberlain had led the latter to adopt a surprisingly firm stand on Danzig. Butler told me, "The Prime Minister is very easily influenced by people he likes and trusts, and you are one of them. I am not sure that the Polish guarantee is wise. It may stiffen the resistance of the Poles, as we unintentionally stiffened the Czechs last year." The Foreign Secretary said that he had been reflecting on the anxieties which had been voiced by the Minister for Coordination of Defense. He agreed that there was probably no way in which France and ourselves could prevent Poland from being overrun. We were faced with the dilemma of doing nothing or entering into a devastating war. If we did nothing, this would mean a great accession to Germany's strength and a great loss to ourselves of sympathy and support in the United States and in other parts of the world. If we had to choose between two great evils, he favored our going to war. The British have devised a new plan, which would be based on British and French guarantees to Poland, that they would immediately go to her assistance in case of an unprovoked attack by Germany. These guarantees, however, are to be contingent upon a similar guarantee being given by Poland to Romania. The British hope to have the details worked out and accepted by Poland before Beck visits London next week. An important military implication is that if such a guarantee were to encourage an intransigent attitude on the part of Poland, it would thereby precipitate a European war before our forces were in any way fully prepared for it. Ambassador Raczynski said that if Germany had made a reasonable proposal over Danzig, Poland would probably have accepted it. He has in mind that 4 years ago, the British urged Poland strongly to give Danzig to Germany, and even now, he is distrustful of Britain's desire to fight from the intimations he gets that Poland should perhaps make a deal with the Germans about Danzig. He said, however, that if Germany tries to take Danzig by a coup or make a proposal that means union with the Reich, Poland would fight. Beck hopes to get the assistance of England and France, but he is definitely urging the Polish people to be ready to fight, whether they have assurances from England and France or not. Great Britain was reported today to have abandoned plans for a public Stop Hitler declaration and to be seeking a secret agreement among key nations to aid each other if they were menaced by German expansionism. The Polish ambassador said that Poland, provided Britain was prepared to fight, would enter a full defensive alliance with Britain, similar to the Franco-Polish alliance. If Beck should leave Warsaw for London, that would be the signal that it had been possible to agree to make such an alliance. Beck would certainly not leave Warsaw for London unless and until all difficulties had been eliminated, and the signature of the Anglo-Polish alliance was in prospect. In the evening, Ian Colvin from the News Chronicle came and gave hair-raising details of an imminent German thrust against Poland. I was not entirely convinced. I am getting used to these stories, but Halifax seemed impressed, and we took him over to see the Prime Minister. Halifax, who stayed behind with the Prime Minister, came over later and said the latter agreed to the idea of an immediate declaration. We heard the tale of a weekend swoop from quite another source. We then and there decided that we should have to make some such declaration. The Foreign Secretary said Ambassador Kennedy had received a message yesterday from Biddle, the American ambassador in Warsaw, to the effect that the Memel episode was giving credit to Ribbentrop, who was anxious to pull off another coup while this country and France were still discussing what action they should take, pointing out that Britain and France would fail to support Poland and that this failure would alienate American opinion from France and Britain. The Prime Minister said that he was somewhat uneasy at the fact that our ambassador in Warsaw could obtain no information as to the progress of the negotiations between Germany and Poland. One possible, but very distasteful explanation of this was that Polish negotiators were, in fact, giving way to Germany. Poland begins talks with Germans. Anti-aggression bloc hangs in the balance. Poland, reluctant to join Britain and France in a bloc against Germany, has started talks with the Germans to settle the future status of Danzig, it was learned last night. These conversations, it was understood, were intended by Warsaw and Berlin to attempt satisfaction for Germany's desire for greater authority over the Free City and at the same time guarantee Poland's economic interests there. On 28 March, Mr. Arciszewski inferred that Berlin had put forward no definite desiderata. He now admits that 3 very positive desiderata have been communicated within the last fortnight. Beck is evidently on the fence. German-Polish pact looms. Agreement on Danzig seen in assurances Hitler wants peace. Foreign diplomatic circles expressed the belief that Poland and Germany might reach an agreement over Danzig following German assurances that Hitler wished peace with his country. Hitler was said to have indicated to Poland that he wanted complete annexation of Danzig, a German-controlled motor road connecting Germany with East Prussia across the Polish corridor, and a broad economic understanding with Warsaw. It was believed, however, that Hitler may have circulated these maximum demands in order to later compromise for less. A German-Polish deal would, in the long run, be highly disadvantageous to us. It would defeat the policy of forming a bloc against Germany. We are encouraging Poland to resist German demands, and in view of the importance to Poland, as much psychological as material, of the status of the Free City, we may be forced to support Polish rights in Danzig. The Lord Chancellor thought that we should not encourage Poland to go to war with Germany over Danzig. He also suggested that it would be difficult to make a public statement that could not be construed as an attempt by us to prevent the Germans from trying to absorb Danzig. The Prime Minister said that if the Poles regarded the Danzig issue as constituting a threat to their independence and were prepared to resist by force, then we should have to come to their help. The Minister for Coordination of Defense said there was no doubt that it would be impossible to prevent Poland from being overrun. The Chiefs of Staff indeed thought that Poland would likely be overrun by Germany within 2 or 3 months. Nevertheless, Germany would suffer heavy casualties in the process and would leave considerable forces in the occupation of Poland. The Minister of Health said that the upshot of the advice of the Chiefs of Staff was that it was better to fight with Poland as an ally than without. He thought, therefore, we ought to take steps to ensure that Poland did resist Germany. In the event of any action which clearly threatened Polish independence, and which the Polish government accordingly considered it vital to resist with their national forces, His Majesty's government would feel themselves bound at once to lend the Polish government all support in their power. They have given the Polish government an assurance to this effect. This is a change from mediation to a decision to settle the international situation by force. This conditional declaration of war was made without anything in the nature of consultation or even the possibility of consultation with Canada or any of the dominions. Chamberlain felt it necessary, regarding Czechoslovakia, to say that we would have to fight for greater issues than the preservation of Czechoslovak borders or even the entire Czech nation. He now says Britain intends to fight for the preservation of Poland's borders and the preservation of that people. It is indeed a curious, sudden shift. This momentous act was performed with courage and a remarkable sense of timing. It is not certain who was responsible for it, but probably it was Halifax. In particular, I do not know how the British government learnt that the moment was ripe for such a guarantee. At all events, it was not us who told them. The Prime Minister said the declaration, which had been made on the 31st of March, had been made to prevent Britain and Poland from being taken by surprise by some sudden coup. Later in the day, it was gathered that the information which had caused the British government to issue the statement which it had was not anything like as serious as had been assumed. The facts did not bear out an intention of any immediate mobilization by Germany. Yesterday, after giving his statement in Parliament, Chamberlain invited Lloyd George to talk about international affairs. Lloyd George raised the issue of Russia's involvement in security guarantees in Europe. Chamberlain replied that the matter was complicated by Poland and Romania. Since the question of Russia's involvement is still pending, how can you risk giving Poland unilateral British guarantees? Lloyd George asked. It's terribly dangerous. Chamberlain replied that according to the information available to the government, Hitler would never risk a two-front war. And where is your second front? Lloyd George retorted. Poland? Lloyd George burst out laughing. A country with a weak economy, internal conflict, a country that has neither an air force nor a properly equipped army, and that is your second front? Nonsense. Guarantees for Poland without the USSR are an irresponsible risk that could end very badly for our country. Today I have agreed with the British government on a provisional agreement having the character of an alliance based on reciprocity. Beck's visit to London was an event of great importance. It marked the practical inauguration of the so-called Peace Front. It represented for Poland the starting point of a reversal of alliances. I asked Halifax how he felt about the whole thing. He said his feeling reminded him of a dream he once had in which he was being tried for murder. When he was finally convicted and found guilty, he was surprised at the feeling of relief that came over him. Now it was very much the same. The tragic and paramount thing about the new Anglo-German war is that Germany demanded an equal place with Britain as a world power and that Britain was, in principle, prepared to concede. I am not convinced that our foreign policy did not invite Poland to disaster in order to prolong the tendency to restrict consideration of the area for potential German expansion. It seems far-fetched, but nevertheless, I am sure it is correct to say that the purpose of the present war is to defend the Monroe Doctrine. The United States of America will not enter this war in order to promote the victory of Britain and France. She will enter when Britain and France are exhausted, in order to prevent the victory of Germany. On his return to Paris in April 1940, there was an issue awaiting Bullitt, one he preferred to skirt, for it was a potential embarrassment. The German White Book was a compilation of Polish documents that had been captured and published by the German Foreign Office. It purported to prove, and effectively did for that matter, that American ambassadors in Europe had encouraged the British and French to support Poland against Germany. In Kennedy's view, Hitler would have fought Russia without any later conflict with England if it had not been for Bullitt's urging on Roosevelt in the summer of 1939 that the Germans must be face down about Poland. Neither the French nor the British would have made Poland a case for war if it had not been for the constant needling from Washington. Bullitt kept telling Roosevelt that the Germans wouldn't fight, Kennedy that they would, and that they would overrun Europe. Chamberlain, he says, stated that America had forced England into the war. What Kennedy told me in this conversation agrees substantially with the remarks Clarence Dillon had made to me already, to the general effect that Roosevelt had asked him in some manner to communicate privately with the British to the end that Chamberlain should have greater firmness in his dealings with Germany. Dillon told me that at Roosevelt's request he had talked with Lord Lothian in the same general sense as Kennedy reported Roosevelt having urged him to do with Chamberlain. It is certain that the British government toyed with the idea of letting the Germans meet the Russians in an Eastern war, steering clear herself, just as it seems highly probable that the Russians, at the time of Munich, were not wholly averse to seeing an Anglo-French-German war, with Russia remaining out of it and prepared to bring everything into her own orbit at the end. The State Department has just heaved a big sigh of relief after terminating one of the most crucial episodes of international prodding in years. The objective of the State Department, or perhaps it is more accurate to say of the President himself, has been to push, goad, or cajole the British Empire. Bullitt, under instructions from Roosevelt, was constantly urging the Poles not to make terms with the Germans, and Kennedy, under instructions from Roosevelt, was constantly urging the British to make guarantees to the Poles. Kennedy saw Chamberlain on numerous occasions, urging him, in Roosevelt's name, to do all this, with the implication that the United States would give the British support. After he had given Poland these guarantees, Chamberlain told Kennedy that he hoped the Americans would now be satisfied, that he had signed the doom of civilization. Had it not been for Roosevelt, the British would not have made this, the most gigantic blunder in history.
There comes a time in the affairs of men when they must prepare to defend not their homes alone, but the tenets of faith and humanity on which their churches, their governments, and their very foundations are set. The defense of religion, of democracy, and of good faith among nations is all the same fight. To save one, we must now make up our minds to save all.
And you know that I am going to work for peace till the last moment. Good night.
In fact, Poland was itself involved in trying to destabilize Czechoslovakia in the same way that Czechoslovakia was involved in various covert operations weakening Polish control. When Witos fled, he fled to Czechoslovakia. When the Polish Communist Party is disbanded, the new office is created in Prague. this is not an accident. This is all part of this, hostility that was there between the two states. So already from January 1938, Beck, Minister of Foreign Affairs, traveled over to Berlin, and he knew of the long-term plans that the Germans had for the destruction of Czechoslovakia. There was a lot to be gained for the Poles out of that one. One, because they believed good relations between Poland and Germany would lead to the resolution of the Danzig issue, which was a problematic thing. What they hoped, though, that by grabbing some territories from Czechoslovakia, weakening Czechoslovakia, Poland could become the arbiter of Central European issues. In other words, Poland hoped to stand as a facilitator in negotiations between Hungary and Romania, between Czechoslovakia and Hungary. So it's all the post-Trianon issues. And Poles felt that if they were stronger, if they reclaimed territories, influence in Slovakia, they would be the ones that would be deciding how things happened. The tragedy for the Poles, for the Polish government of the time, was that once Britain and France agreed to the principle of cession of territories to neighboring states, they didn't need Poland. So the Munich conference, 29th of September, is the breakdown in Polish hopes, it collapse of Polish hopes, because they hoped that they and Germany would bring Czechoslovakia down, carve it up, create a little Czech state, facilitate Slovak independence, and then distribute territory around there. In fact, Czechoslovakia was literally handed over to Germany. And that meant that the Poles have to suddenly snatch out of this situation some crumbs of victory. Hence that parade. That parade is a parade of a country that's threatened with a loss of face, a lot of prestige.
We have obtained information indicating that the headquarters of the Communist International for Central and Southern Europe is located in Prague. The activities directed from this city extend not only to Poland and the Danubian countries, but also to Germany and France. The Comintern relies on the Czech Communist Party. We are in possession of very detailed data concerning this action. The fact that Czech policy depends on Moscow, the subversive agitation coming from Czech territory into our territory, the encouragement given to Polish political émigrés, and finally the way our minority is treated, all these constitute a series of factors that cannot foster particular cordiality in our disposition towards the Czechoslovak state. Beneš could plunge Europe into war by shooting some more Sudeten, and the question is whether or not he has decided that it is in the interest of Czechoslovakia to provoke war when the support of France and England is almost certain. From a mass of reports, I am inclined to believe that Beneš prefers war to real concessions. From May 19th to 23rd, the situation in Paris was extremely tense. It was generally believed that an armed conflict was about to break out at any moment, and that France would take part in it. However, it seems that Germany has now lost the stake in the Czech matter. Beneš's cunning greatly contributed to this. He forced France and England to take a stand in favor of Czechoslovakia by using blackmail and claiming that Germany was preparing to attack his country. Bonnet, by using the Czech affair, played London as Beneš played Paris. He told the English that France would be forced to come to the aid of Czechoslovakia. By this declaration, he drew the English in. Beck is of the opinion that the great diplomatic confusion that occurred on the Czech matter largely contributed to creating a state of extreme tension in Europe. The violent attacks against Germany, coming from the West and from the communists, are beginning to irritate Hitler, who will no longer be content with a partial settlement and will annex the Sudetenland. Beck does not believe that a world war will break out on the occasion of the Czech affair. He believes, indeed, that the West will not come to the aid of Czechoslovakia. According to Beck, Czechoslovakia is militarily indefensible. On the other hand, he is unsatisfied with Hungary's attitude. Beck noted that in Berlin, the attitude we adopt in case of conflict over the Czechs is a decisive factor. there is much consideration for us. Goering declared that once the Czech question is resolved, there would be no more territorial problems in Europe for Germany. Hitler will then give assurances that will strengthen peace while fully satisfying Polish interests. A German-Polish-Hungarian front has formed against us since Saturday the 17th, when it was clear we were alone. Today, the Poles began a game, aiming not only for Teschen, but for all of Slovakia as well. Unfortunately, threats are necessary to persuade Prague that we will not give up our demands. We consider the settlement of the Teschen problem as a foregone conclusion. If, after France and England ignored our demands and the Polish government had taken no action, Polish public opinion might believe that we had received Teschen from Hitler. Now it will know that Poland gained Teschen through its own actions. It is up to France and England whether Polish public opinion is to retain the impression of their friendly and proper attitude towards Poland's interests. The Czechs must also return to a role corresponding to their true strength and stop dreaming of the fiction that is pan-Slavism, a policy which has brought them to the present catastrophe. The Czechs have ordered mobilization. Kobylянski noted that they did so at the moment when the talks between Hitler and Chamberlain in Godesberg were taking a more favorable turn. Poland gives Moscow, which is complaining loudly, a sharp answer. Warsaw has mobilized. The Polish ambassador telephoned me at noon and said that he had a communication of the utmost importance to make to me at once. Lukasiewicz said that he felt it necessary to see me at once because until the present moment he had stated to me consistently that it was his conviction and that of the Polish government that there would not be general war in Europe. He now felt obliged to say that he and his government were convinced that there would be general war. He explained that it was now the conviction of the Polish government that the question had become a larger one than that of Czechoslovakia. A war of religion between fascism and communism was about to begin. Beneš had acted as he had because he was an agent of Moscow. If German troops should cross the frontier of Czechoslovakia, Polish troops would also cross at once and seize not only the Teschen district, but also the entire eastern end of Slovakia in order to establish a common frontier with the Hungarians. I pointed out to the Polish ambassador that this would mean for Poland war against her ally, France. He said no, it would mean that Poland was taking a stand against Stalin and communism, and that France and England, and presumably later, the United States would be playing Stalin's game in order to make Stalin triumphant on the continent. He added that in his opinion, at the present time, there was no way to save the situation except by the intervention of the government of the United States, that we must persuade the French and British to give Poland a common frontier with Hungary and rely on Poland, Hungary, and Yugoslavia to resist German advance in Eastern Europe. I pointed out to the Polish ambassador the ultimate consequences to Poland of war against England and France. He said that whatever were the ultimate consequences, it was essential for Poland to let the world know that when the Polish government announced a flat demand and a policy, that demand and policy must be respected. I talked with the Polish ambassador today at his invitation. He said to me that he confidently expected Bonnet to return from London with the Teschen district on a platter to present to him as a gift to Poland. He said that this gift would not change in any way the attitude of Poland. Poland did not need to have the Teschen district handed to her by France or anyone else. She could and would take the Teschen district when she wished. There were 5 divisions on the Polish frontier opposite the Teschen district for that purpose. Any gift of Teschen to Poland would mean something only if it were a gift, not to purchase Poland's neutrality in case of war, but a gift which would be a part of the reorganization of real peace in Eastern Europe. I asked him what he meant by this. He said that it was clear that there could be no peace in Eastern Europe until Poland and Hungary had a common frontier, and Poland was encouraged by France and England to build up a bloc consisting of Poland, Hungary, and Romania to resist further German advance eastward. The Polish military attaché had stated to the French General Staff 3 days ago that if German troops should attack Czechoslovakia, Polish troops at once would seize the whole of Slovakia and would give it to Hungary, reserving for Poland only the Polish district of Teschen. The Polish ambassador went on to say that unless Poland should seize Slovakia and give it to Hungary, Germany would be able to dominate Slovakia as well as Bohemia and Moravia, since Czechoslovakia would be too feeble to make any resistance to German orders. It would bring intense danger to Poland should Germany control this territory on her southern border. King Boris says that the Slovaks do not want to go to Hungary at all. They would prefer to come to us instead. We would grant them very extensive autonomy because we want them only for strategic reasons. Being close to Beneš in the army, former Minister of War Markovich told Sidor that Prague has definitively decided to provoke an armed conflict, limiting it to Germany through concessions to Poland and Hungary. They are counting on Soviet assistance, which is already evident in the daily arrival of aircraft. Markovich's statements seem to be intended to force Sidor to declare a pro-Czech position. In this regard, the Czechs have even resorted to terror. Prague announced that the Czech mobilization was carried out on the orders of London. Ribbentrop immediately made a démarche to Henderson about this, who telephones London and London flatly denies it. Yet another Czech propaganda lie. Poland has now carried out a partial mobilization. The seriousness of the current moment compels the Polish government to seek definitive solutions based on the principles of equality and the will of the local population, which would also include measures that could calm the deeply stirred Polish public opinion and should be taken quickly. To avoid any possible clash and to prevent further escalation of dangerous incidents in areas inhabited by the Polish population, the Polish government insists on a prompt response from the Czechoslovak government. Poland's position has been taken openly and is expressed in the demand for equal treatment of Polish demands in relation to others. The Czechs responded to the Polish note by saying they want to negotiate, the typical slyness of Mr. Beneš. Hungary, on the other hand, has fallen into a proper deep sleep. The Führer has asked them whether Hungary is our friend or enemy. Without demanding discretion, express the assumption that we will be informed about the timing of any potential military action. We guarantee that we will not use this information against the interests of the Reich. Politically, you can state that our position against Soviet intervention is categorical, and we will not provide any broader guarantees to Czechoslovakia without Germany and Hungary. I was invited for a conversation at the Foreign Office by State Secretary von Weizsäcker at 7 o'clock. Weizsäcker, who had a general staff map in front of him, noted that he would suggest that our military attaché meet with the appropriate staff officer to establish a demarcation line on the map to avoid any collision in the event of a possible operation between one army and the other. I replied that I consider it advisable to first establish the area of our political interests in Czechoslovakia. Since Weizsäcker did not have such a map with him, I arranged to discuss this matter with him tomorrow morning. The issue of possible delimitation between military factors has been postponed for now. In the general exchange of views with Mr. Ribbentrop, he emphasized that he believes the English will exert very strong pressure on Prague. He thinks that the English government will make every effort to resolve the matter peacefully to avoid armed conflict. He anticipates a local conflict. However, he does not rule out a general conflagration. Referring to previous discussions with him, I stated how important the localization of the conflict is. Regarding Russia, Ribbentrop views the situation rather optimistically. When asked by Ribbentrop whether we would intervene militarily if the Godesberg Memorandum were implemented peacefully, I replied that I could not prejudge my government's position. Then Ribbentrop raised the hypothesis that the Czechs would not implement the memorandum, and then, as he expressed it, Czechoslovakia would be crushed. He lightly asked whether and at what moment we would potentially intervene actively, from which I could infer from Ribbentrop's words that he understands that the Polish government, bearing the main burden of the eastern frontier, would enter the conflict when it became clear whether the action was local or a world war. In the event of Germany occupying all of Czechoslovakia, Ribbentrop considers it useful to precisely specify political and military interests. He requested that I pay special attention to this point and obtain instructions from Warsaw. I was sitting in my office when at around 7 p.m. I was informed of unexpected guests. Slovak deputies from the Prague Assembly, Sidor and Dr. Tiso. Without any special introduction, Sidor reached into his pocket, pulled out a piece of paper, and handed it to me with the remark that it was a declaration from the Slovak People's Party regarding the future of Slovakia. It was a declaration of union with Poland in the form of a dualist state or a union with Poland and Hungary in the form of a trialist state. I was seized by a certain excitement. The document was significant and, in every sense of the word, compromising for the members of the Czechoslovak parliament. Both politicians displayed great courage and patriotism in bringing the document to the Polish embassy at such a time, which was then under constant surveillance. Moreover, it contained such far-reaching decisions. I sent the declaration by plane to Warsaw with courier Jerzy Szczynewski, but I never received a response. Berlin promises Slovakia independence on the condition of renouncing Bratislava and some southern districts. Esterházy explained to Sidor that it would concern the Hungarian population within the borders of the former counties amounting to over 300,000. Therefore, the proposal, further spreading the idea of independence, encompassed broad layers. As a result, the generally unpopular concept of returning to Hungary has fewer and fewer supporters. Sidor is pleased with this arrangement, which best aligns with his mediation and the mood of the Slovak people. Admitting to a lack of political experience on an international stage, Sidor believes that in the event of the realization of the German project, Germany with its powerful military force will stand guard over independence. The political and cultural support for Slovakia will be found in Poland. This is essential due to the deep attachment of the Slovaks to Poland. Economic life will require a customs union with Hungary. The issue of Transcarpathia and the Polish-Hungarian border in this area raises no objections. The Slovaks' demand would be to maintain the current administrative border. In light of the unexpected appearance of German support for Slovakia, I request instructions regarding the aforementioned concept, especially considering the instruction to promote the idea of returning Slovakia to Hungary. Prague will accept all our demands but is playing for delay in the usual Czech manner. The idea of a four-power conference comes up. Göring, Neurath, and I advocate for it. Mussolini also supports it in a letter to the Führer. One cannot conduct a world war over modalities, so it is hardly possible otherwise. Please make every effort to engage discussions with serious politicians in London to state that the Polish government's position is incomprehensible regarding the openly unfriendly stance of the British government towards us since the beginning of the Czech crisis. Our repeated attempts to discuss the issue more deeply with the British government have not yielded the desired results. We have only encountered a series of unjustified warnings and threats. We have serious grounds to believe that we are consistently faced with a desire to exclude us from discussions regarding Central Europe. Such an attitude hinders our ability to pursue a policy of balance, which previously always found recognition in Britain. Ribbentrop telephoned me from Munich expressing his conviction that the Polish government would probably be satisfied with the way in which Polish interests were secured at the Munich conference. He acknowledged that the German government, in accordance with my agreement with the Chancellor, made the granting of a guarantee to the future Czechoslovak state dependent upon the settlement of Polish and Hungarian problems. I made it clear, while extending my congratulations to him and the Chancellor, that the burden of the problem now weighs on us. I tried to sound Ribbentrop out with regard to France and England's guarantee of Czechoslovakia. Ribbentrop said he did not know exactly what guarantee these two states gave to Prague. He thinks that the French and English declarations about a guarantee for Czechoslovakia was executed out of consideration for their public opinion and that of Czechoslovakia. I later saw the Italian ambassador. He says that the Polish and Hungarian questions had naturally been presented by Mussolini. Mussolini set a term for 1 month for these matters to be settled between Prague, Warsaw, and Budapest, while Chamberlain insisted on 3 months. The Italian ambassador stressed the importance of the fact that the principle of direct negotiations between Warsaw and Prague had been maintained. You see how they have treated us again? They have settled German affairs among themselves and decided ours without our participation. We will not wait 3 months. I have just spoken with Rid Smigli. We are sending the Czechs an ultimatum. From further remarks, it seems that Beck was extremely alarmed by Lipski's telephone reports about Hitler assuming some kind of guardianship over the demands of Poland and Hungary. He sensed that upon losing the Sudetenland, the Czechs would become a vassal of Germany. The Czech response to the Polish note of September 27, contrary to several official announcements from the highest Czech authorities, was not delivered either on the evening of the 29th or in the morning of today. Only at 1 p.m. on September 30th was the note handed to the Polish envoy in Prague, who promptly sent it by airplane to Warsaw. Surprisingly and unexpectedly, given the seriousness of today's situation, the note limits itself to generalities, which the Czech government evidently attempts to use merely to prolong the situation and evade the fulfillment of previously made statements. It is regrettable that on such an important matter, the calm approach of the Polish government has been exploited by Prague to disregard the clearly and categorically stated Polish demands. This unexpected reaction from the Czech government was the reason the Polish government responded immediately today, demanding in a clear and precise manner the fulfillment of legitimate and justified Polish demands regarding Tesin. The responsibility for the unresolved matter will fall solely on the Czech government. Because of Czechoslovakia's refusal to accept our demands, a special conference was held at the President's office. The decision was made to submit our demands to Prague in the form of a categorical ultimatum. If this does not produce results, war will follow. The current Polish-Czechoslovak dispute has two fundamental aspects concerning Poland's position. The first and most immediate matter is that of regaining lands to which we have a rightful claim. The second is the entire position of the Republic of Poland in relation to the new Europe and the manner of its governance. In this serious moment, I understood that only a bold decision can define the fundamental face of our state. In this regard, you will receive the following instruction. Through the aviator and cipher, you will receive a note constituting an ultimatum aimed at cutting through the false game of our neighbors and demonstrating that we are defending the rightful interests and dignity of our state at a greater risk. You must deliver the ultimatum before noon today at all costs. This is not a nice discussion, it is a demand. We will draw conclusions from a refusal or from a lack of response. If the Czechoslovak government were to declare the Republic of Poland to be in a state of war, please remain in your position, as according to our thesis, we are only occupying the areas granted to us in principle. In this difficult moment, I am completely counting on your courage and tact. The Polish government can no longer place trust in the declarations made in the name of the Czechoslovak Republic. Taking into account the gravity of the situation, the Polish government finds itself obliged in the most categorical manner to demand the execution of point 2 of its note dated September 27th, and in particular, the immediate evacuation by Czechoslovak troops from the territory defined by the aforementioned note and delineated in the attached map, and the definitive handover of said territory to the Polish military authorities. The evacuation within 24 hours, starting from noon on October 1st, 1938, of the territory indicated. The Polish government expects a clear response, accepting or rejecting the requests made in this note, by noon on October 1st, 1938. In case of refusal or absence of response, the Polish government will hold the Czechoslovak government solely responsible for the subsequent events. Poland has issued an ultimatum to Prague. London asks us to advise Warsaw to wait the agreed 3 months. The Führer categorically refuses. The Poles should also get their rights. And if they proceed with force, then a completely new situation arises for us. We cannot stay out of any conflict in Central Europe. Ambassador Kennard noted that now, when the whole world is rejoicing at the averting of war, Polish action would create the worst impression worldwide, and British opinion would consider Poland to be the #1 enemy of peace. I replied that Poland never believed in the possibility of a European war, and when the ambassador interrupted me, saying that the British fleet had been mobilized, I added that we had already seen the British fleet in the Mediterranean. As for his official mission regarding mediation, I consider myself only a mailman and will communicate it immediately to Minister Beck. I cannot accept the ambassador's statement that Poland is a disturber of peace, as in this case, Polish action was dictated by a high principle that we always defend, namely the principle that justice does not only exist for great powers. An hour later, Ambassador Knoll visited me and stated that the French government supports the British initiative for mediation. He spoke with great sympathy about Poland's position regarding the Four-Power Pact. France had abandoned this method of policy, but in Munich, the four powers gathered to extinguish the fire at the moment of the blaze. To this I replied, there was no fire because there was no combustible material, only four powers that were also afraid of war. At 11 a.m., I visited Ambassador Kennard to deliver the response from Beck that unfortunately we consider Neville Chamberlain's mediation proposal to be too late. The ambassador was very upset by this response. "So you refuse," he shouted. I replied that we are not refusing, and we hope that the British government will use its influence to persuade the Czech government to accept Polish demands. I was received by Ribbentrop, who informed me that the British, French, and Italian governments have approached the German government to advise Poland to give a longer deadline for the Czech response. I could detect some embarrassment on his part because of the Munich Agreement with the Western powers and the Hitler-Chamberlain Declaration. Ribbentrop tried to extricate himself from the Anglo-French-Italian pressure. He hopes that by Prague accepting Polish conditions, a conflict will not arise. Ribbentrop described the attitude of the German government as follows. In the event of a Polish-Czech conflict, the German government would maintain a friendly attitude towards Poland. In the event of a Polish-Soviet conflict, the German government would take a far more friendly attitude toward Poland. It is absolutely out of the question that the Reich would not help Poland in its struggle with the Soviets. Ribbentrop also told me that the Chancellor today at lunchtime expressed great appreciation for Poland's policy. I must stress that our step was evaluated here as an expression of great strength and independent action, which represents the best guarantee of our good relations with the German Reich. Zaolzie is ours. Czechoslovakia returns 2 districts beyond the Olza. Today we enter Teschen. Crowds gathered at Pilsudski Square. Beck looked out of the ministry window and went out onto the balcony. He was greeted with enthusiastic cheers. He smiled and raised a shout in honor of the Poles from beyond the Olza. He received the great ribbon of the White Eagle. The universities of Warsaw and Lvov awarded him honorary doctorates. For several days, congratulatory telegrams came from all over the country, numbering in the thousands. According to Kobylянski, intense activity will soon manifest regarding Hungarian claims and Slovak demands addressed to the Prague government. The Slovaks have already broken with Prague. They aim to obtain their independence by handing over ethnically Hungarian territories to Hungary. The Slovaks have no claims regarding Transcarpathia. Kobylянski believes that it is not possible, as of now, to hasten the annexation of Slovakia to Hungary, but rather to act in the direction of granting Slovakia the guarantee of independence by all its neighbors. Upon learning of the Munich Agreement and the 3-month deadline, the Hungarians decided not to take independent action similar to ours. They believed they did not have sufficient forces and feared the reaction of Yugoslavia and especially Romania. They turned to us for support. The Hungarians counted on our military assistance, with their units supposedly meeting ours somewhere in Slovakia. Transcarpathia was mentioned at the time, but most of these operations would not have been carried out by Poland. Both Beck and Smigly stood firmly on the position that Poland should not cross the only natural border it had. The issue at stake is not the Hungarian districts of Slovakia, but Slovakia as a whole. The Hungarian government wants the whole of Slovakia and Transcarpathia, but never says so openly. Hungary's demand for Slovakia is championed by Mussolini and secretly by Poland. It is a military, political, and economic disadvantage for Germany to have Slovakia pass to Hungary for the following reasons. Poland and Hungary thereby obtain common frontiers. Italy's position in Central Europe thereby becomes immensely strong, for Hungary's acquisition of Slovakia brings into being automatically the grouping Italy, Yugoslavia, Hungary, Poland. This grouping is a far more serious military barrier to Germany's Danubian expansion than Czechoslovakia ever was. If, on the other hand, Slovakia remains with Prague, Berlin can dominate both and incidentally keep a protective shield of her own between Warsaw and Budapest. That Hitler would prefer to keep Czechs and Slovaks together appears certain. On the other hand, it seems doubtful if he can do so, for him to openly oppose Rome, Warsaw, and Budapest together at the present juncture is out of the question. It is a curious fact that 5 days after the Munich conference, Hitler finds himself in accord with France and England on the livest European issue and opposed to his allies, Poland, Hungary, and Italy. This is not to say that Hitler will not yield to Mussolini if he has to, only that he will seek to conceal his opposition behind France and possibly urge Prague to grant at once autonomy to Slovakia as a means of warding off a worse fate? Germany has, at this moment, a fairly serious, though not necessarily dangerous conflict of interest with the Poland-Hungary-Italy bloc with regards to the future of Slovakia. Watch the fate of Slovakia. This is today the most important issue in Europe. This morning, Ambassador von Moltke paid me a visit. He stated quite confidentially that he finally realized how the Bohemian matter stands. On the German side, 3 points are essential. The canal the German government is planning to build between the Oder and the Danube would have to run across the territory ceded to Poland by the Czech government. The Berlin-Wrocław-Vienna railway line goes through Bohemian, crossing Polish and then Czech territory, necessitating the passing of 6 frontier stations. The city of Bohemian has a majority German population, and some objections have been raised in this connection. Von Moltke agreed that all these matters should have been discussed peacefully in advance, and undoubtedly the German side is to blame here. Nevertheless, the German side would like to iron out the situation and avoid hurting Poland. The German government would like, in a friendly spirit, to present us with several matters to be settled, arising from Poland's takeover of Teschen. In connection with the planned Oder-Danube Canal, it would be about granting consent for the future construction of this canal on our territory. The German government would be interested in ensuring that the German minority in the lands taken over by Poland does not suffer worse treatment than before. The entire conversation with Secretary of State von Weizsäcker was conducted in the tone of utmost courtesy. During the continuation of the conversation, I asked von Weizsäcker to authorize Councillor Altenburg to deliver a map of Section 5 to Councillor Lubomirski. He promised to give the order. Finally, I raised the topic of Transcarpathia with the map in hand. I referred to the fact that I had discussed this matter in detail with Chancellor Hitler. Lubienski informs me that Beneš has resigned. On the other hand, the Hungarians committed a most unfortunate act. They entered Komarno and then withdrew after a Czech protest. Regarding the annexation of Transcarpathia to Hungary, we have taken a decisive stance, giving the Hungarians diplomatic and press support, strongly backed by the attitude of Polish society. We believe that the process of Slovakia's liberation should be very helpful to them in accomplishing the annexation of Transcarpathia. However, it is important that negotiations to be conducted vigorously and supported by diversionary action on the territory of Ruthenia. This method has proven very effective in German and our own operations. Complaints from Romania, Yugoslavia, or from the great powers should not be taken into account as they are completely platonic. The Slovak independence process, when Hungary renounces all claims to ethnographically Slovak territory, is supported by us. We fear that the Hungarian proposal for a plebiscite in Bratislava could lead negotiations to a dead end and discourage the Slovaks' attitude, which has so far been favorable to the Hungarians. Once again, I emphasize with full force that the pace of negotiations will be the most effective guarantee of a favorable outcome. The Hungarians should understand, at all costs, that interference by third parties in these negotiations must be avoided. They must not attach importance to the recommendations and protests of the great powers. In general, I must regretfully state that the tactics of the Hungarian government had to be assessed negatively by us. They did not foresee the tension of the moment despite constant reminders from our side and did not take advantage of the moment. There is still time, but not for hesitation and procrastination. Chodaki does not suppose that the Germans feel any enthusiasm for establishing a common Polish-Hungarian border. On the other hand, the Hungarians formulated their request in this regard in a very clumsy way. By demanding the cession of Bratislava, they have definitively compromised themselves. Chodaki believes it is necessary to explain to the West that the extension of Czechia by Slovakia and Transcarpathia significantly increases the influence and facilitates the expansion of Germany in this part of Europe. Regarding the breakdown of the Czech-Hungarian negotiations at Komarno, Beck told me that the Hungarians declared that they would appeal to the Munich powers to settle their dispute with Czechoslovakia. Beck gave the order to notify Budapest that if the Hungarians carry out this plan, Poland will be forced to declare its disinterest in the entire matter. Hungary wants to exhaust all peaceful means provided by diplomacy before taking decisive action. The Hungarian ambassador confided to me that after the breakdown of the Komarno talks, military arrangements have been made in Hungary. Personally, he believes that there is no other way but for his country to show its strength to the Czechs. He urges his government to act decisively. The great difficulty is that the Hungarian army is undoubtedly not as well equipped as the Czech army. Budapest can easily be bombed. Hungarian forces are much weaker. Ambassador Hori noted that if Hungary had similar forces to that of Poland, and if it had, like Poland, a great power status, undoubtedly, it would have adopted an attitude similar to ours at the time of Munich. The current and real situation of the Hungarians do not allow them to do this. Our interest regarding Czechoslovakia has two aspects. One, our direct claims, which we obtained by taking on the risk of military confrontation. Two, influence on the future map south of the Carpathians, where we have vital interests, but where our involvement cannot go as far as our direct claims. Our goal, a common border with Hungary in the region of Transcarpathia, it seems reasonably achievable by the occupation of that territory by Hungary. This reduces the danger of an emergence of a center of unrest on our border. The German leaders, intoxicated as they were at the time by their easy triumph at Munich, increased their activities in Eastern Europe. In connection with the Hungarian claims to Slovakia and Transcarpathia, German activities concentrated mainly on the Ukrainian question. Vienna, which was then the headquarters of the Ukrainian nationalists, became the center of this agitation. The Germans had two objects in bringing the Ukrainian problem to the fore. Firstly, they hoped by preaching the idea of separation of Ukraine from Russia to injure the USSR. Secondly, they thought that by making Transcarpathia a focus of Ukrainian nationalism and an unwelcome center of German propaganda on Poland's very doorstep, they would be striking an indirect blow at Poland. The aim of the Polish government was to stabilize conditions in Central Europe as far as possible. It strove to reduce Hungarian claims to Slovakia. As regards to Transcarpathia, Poland favored its return to Hungary, to which it had belonged before the Treaty of Trianon. Meeting with Sidor. Sidor characterized the current situation of Slovakia. He told us that his compatriots want to create a fully independent Slovak state, which would be politically and militarily dependent on Poland and economically on Germany and Hungary. The Slovaks do not want to admit German and Hungarian cultural influences, but desire to submit their country to a sort of political and military protectorate of Poland. This pro-Polish orientation is shared by the entire Slovak people. It is nevertheless darkened by the Polish claims concerning Spiš and Orava. The Slovaks have confidence in us, but in raising this territorial question, Poland wants to tear a piece of living flesh from them. Please utilize your talk with Field Marshal Göring to develop the following arguments. Transcarpathia was invented during the Paris Peace Conference to supply Russia with a bridge into Europe. Later, hopes were nourished of creating on this territory a kind of springboard designed to exert influence on Ukraine proper, presently situated in the Soviet Union. According to Polish opinion, this concept is sheer fiction. Neither Ruthenians or Galicians have any chance of controlling national movements in Ukraine proper. They are and will always remain a foreign element whom the local population will reject. Besides, liberation movements, particularly of an artificially cultivated breed of alien origin, never represents a decisive factor. The Polish ambassador called on me today in order to point out Poland's interest in the Transcarpathia question. It was well known that the Poles favored Transcarpathian association with Hungary. Since all this was well known, he was only requesting that regular contact be maintained with Poland in dealing with Hungarian frontier questions. I told the ambassador that we continue to stand for the right of self-determination for Ukraine, whatever this might imply. Ambassador Lipsky stated at some length that Transcarpathia was not suitable material for an independent Ukrainian state. Transcarpathia had been the seat of communist activities against Poland. In the event of an association with Prague, there would be a complete absence of authority in the territory. Association with Hungary was the only right one. The ambassador could not yet give me any information regarding the visit of Mr. Sidor to Warsaw. At the beginning of the 3-hour conversation, the foreign minister described the present situation to the Polish ambassador. He told Lipski in detail of the conversations and events that preceded the crisis and finally led to the peaceful and happy solution welcomed by both Germany and Poland. Ribbentrop explained to the Polish ambassador precisely the role that Hungary had played during this time and the wretched policy she had pursued, so that finally, despite the Führer's warning, she had missed the proper moment for action. Lipski agreed to all this without reservation. He now came to the purpose of his visit. Poland was interested in the stabilization of the Danube region. Transcarpathia, with its disorders and with 80% of its population illiterate, was a focal point for all conceivable political currents, a true communist center. Poland has already had many sharp exchanges of notes with Prague over this center of unrest. Beck had told Lipski that he was anxious to have something sensible emerge from this crisis. Poland desired that this territory be attached to Hungary. Yugoslavia was disinterested and would make no difficulties. On the other hand, it was much more difficult with Romania. Comnène was still living entirely in the way of thinking of the Little Entente. The king himself had more understanding for these questions. Lipski admitted that Beck's trip to Romania had been a disappointment to Poland. Furthermore, Prague had never done anything for Transcarpathia, except built a few airports for Russian aircraft. The Czechs had done nothing there. It was an island for foreign agents. A common Polish-Hungarian border was of great value as a barrier toward the east. The rumors of a formation of a bloc against Germany were nonsense. They had been more than disproved by Poland's attitude towards the Soviets during the Czech crisis. It had been Polish policy to induce the Hungarians to exercise moderation in the Slovak question and to take offensive action towards Transcarpathia. Lipski hoped that a solution as suggested would not run counter to German interests. The foreign minister told Lipski that these ideas were somewhat new to him, and he wished to consider them at leisure. He had understanding for Poland's wishes, to be sure, but he also saw certain difficulties that we had to take into consideration, principally with Romania, whose wishes we also had to respect. As a result of Hungarian revisionist demands, the Hungarian-Romanian problem was not an easy one. The foreign minister now came to the large general problem, because of which he had invited Lipski to Berchtesgaden, and which he wished to broach in strict confidence as between only Lipski, Beck, and himself. He asked Lipski to report to Beck orally on the conversation, since otherwise there was too great danger of it leaking out, and especially to the press. Lipski promised to do this. In introducing the matter, the foreign minister also extended an invitation to Beck, whom he would like to have visit him in the course of the coming month. Our Polish friends had a standing invitation to visit Germany. Lipski was pleased to hear this and said he would inform Beck. The foreign minister explained that he thought it was now time to arrive at a general settlement of all possible points of friction between Germany and Poland. This would be a culmination of the work started by Marshal Pilsudski and the Führer. He compared our relations with Italy, where for the sake of a general settlement and out of deep perception, the Führer had renounced claims to South Tyrol. Such an agreement was desirable also with Poland, and was in line with the Führer's policy of achieving clarity in our relations with all our neighbors. It was not impossible that a still more definite agreement might be reached with France too, going beyond the statement of the Führer with respect to Alsace-Lorraine. Here it was necessary to speak with Poland first of all about Danzig, as one part of a large settlement between the two nations. Danzig was German, had always been German, and would always remain German. He, the foreign minister, conceived of a solution in general as follows. 1. Danzig would revert to Germany. 2. An extraterritorial superhighway belonging to Germany would be laid through the corridor. 3. Similarly, Poland would receive in the Danzig area an extraterritorial highway, a railroad, and a free port. 4. Poland would receive a guarantee of a market for her goods in the Danzig area. 5. The two nations would recognize each other's territories. 6. The Non-Aggression Pact of 1934 would be extended from 10 to 25 years. 7. Poland would accede to the Anti-Comintern Pact. 8. The two countries would add a consultation clause to their treaty. Lipski took cognizance of this proposal. Although he naturally had to speak with Beck first, he wanted to express himself even now on the problem of Danzig. It was wrong to view Danzig as a product of Versailles, like the Saar region, for instance. It was necessary to trace the historical and geographical origin of Danzig in order to obtain the proper perspective on the question. Danzig was a problem handed down from the Middle Ages. From time immemorial, it had been the city of the mouth of the Vistula, the outlet to the sea for the hinterland on the Vistula, Poland. Danzig had risen from comparative insignificance when Poland rose again after the war. Thus, the city was for Poland almost a symbol. Poland had always refused to meddle in the internal political problems of Danzig, and had repeatedly demonstrated this when the parties had appealed to Poland for help against the NSDAP. Poland had viewed this as a German domestic concern, and had always recognized the German character of Danzig. Lipski therefore considered it possible that by careful study, every point of friction could be eliminated. He did not consider an Anschluss possible, however, if only for reasons of domestic policy. Beck could never prevail upon the people to accept it. The foreign minister said he did not wish to have an answer now. Lipski should think all these things over and speak with Beck about them as soon as possible. After all, one should not exclude a certain reciprocity in the consideration of these matters. For the Führer's recognition of the corridor was also not easy from the standpoint of German public opinion. Lipski promised to discuss all this in greatest detail with Beck. He would go to Warsaw possibly on Thursday and could be back about the beginning of next week. His principal request was for the exchange of ideas on the question of Hungary. Beck asked him to say that Poland agreed to participate in case a Hungarian desire for arbitration by the three countries, Germany, Italy, and Poland. The foreign minister pointed out the risk involved in arbitration, and likewise the obligation arising out of the Munich Agreement to include the two other powers. The foreign minister asked Lipski whether Poland was interested in a portion of the Transcarpathia. Lipski said that Poland had no interest in gaining territory there, but that it was her sole wish for Hungary to receive the territory in order that peace and stability might be assured there. A petition by the people should be arranged there, and Poland expects that it would result in a decision in favor of Hungary. The foreign minister thereupon stated that Poland would thus evidently like to have the support of Germany in seeing that Transcarpathia went to Hungary. At Lipski's affirmative answer, the foreign minister promised to think over carefully this complex of questions once more, and said that if a general settlement was reached between Germany and Poland, then surely a favorable arrangement could be found for this problem too. The conversation took place in a very friendly atmosphere. Meeting with Lipski. Lipski gave an overview of the current Polish-German relations. He expressed himself rather pessimistically. During his last conversation with Ribbentrop, the latter brought up the Danzig question without hiding that he would like to achieve the annexation of the Free City to Germany while guaranteeing our economic rights there. In exchange for our consent to such a settlement, we could obtain a declaration of inviolability of our border and the extension, for 25 years, of the 1934 agreement. It is obvious that these suggestions from Ribbentrop are completely unacceptable, as no one in Poland would support them. Lipski thinks that, for the moment, the issue can be set aside, but sooner or later, the Germans will come back to it. Potocki informed me that General Gorecki had approached him asking what he should do, because a delegation of German veterans, led by the Prince of Coburg and the Mayor of Magdeburg, had proposed to come on November 11th to solemnly hand over the little house where Marshal Pilsudski had lived during his stay in Magdeburg, the proposed date coinciding with our national holiday. General Gorecki, after agreeing with Beck, suggested a date earlier than November 11th. He received a very courteous letter from the mayor of Magdeburg, who informed him that he would not be able to come to Warsaw for the planned ceremony, and he proposed that the delegation of Polish veterans, to whom the Germans had handed over the little house during their stay in Magdeburg, should donate it on their behalf to the Polish nation. Beck, questions to study, assessment of recent events, the Czech question and its consequences, examination of our position in various sectors. In recent months, all sorts of systems and methods to which more value was attached than they deserved have failed. We must acknowledge this, because it will have an influence on the future. The League of Nations is dead. The French system in Eastern Europe has been seriously damaged, as has the effectiveness of the combined action of France and England, which in light of the League of Nations was intended to be given a character analogous to the verdict of an international tribunal. On the other hand, it has turned out that lions are not as terrible as they appear when one lives more intimately with them. The Germans have less internal discipline than one could expect from them when faced with a difficult situation. We now know that if a state appears on the map, even if it is a very bizarre creation, its dismemberment entails many difficulties. It is exceedingly rare in history for someone to have disposed of the territory of another country without firing a single shot. It is worth noting. 1. Extreme political pressure was required. 2. Military resistance was weak. 3. The internal shock to the country, compared to the magnitude of the catastrophe, was very slight. One had the impression that in Czechoslovakia, the majority of people were not interested in what was happening. Basically, one could have demanded even more from the Czechs without encountering a more marked opposition. The weakness of this state exceeded anything we could have originally expected. Before the war, people complained about the Balkans because there were weakly organized states there that served as instruments for others. After the war, Europe was Balkanized all the way to the Carpathians. We must base Polish policy in the Balkans on a buttress of maximum consistency. Hence our interest in Hungary. It has the most opportunities. It is closer to us than the other Balkan countries, such as Yugoslavia. The Hungarians' cooperation with us has not been heroic during recent events. They have shown weakness in difficult historic moments. But the fault lies with the people who govern this country. It is difficult to know what the Prague government and the pseudo-Slovak government represent today. We can deal with them, but the Hungarian problem will always be at the forefront, and our goal is to obtain, as quickly as possible, a common border with Hungary. To summarize, the existence of the Czech state is a question that remains open. Pape. Regarding Transcarpathia, the Germans are easily accused of using cunning and claiming superior power. Ribbentrop promises too much. Like all men possessing little charm, he tries to please. He showed moderation in the Slovak affair, as it was in line with the German style. From the Polish point of view, the German game in Transcarpathia suggests that they are plotting satanic plans. It can be believed that by delegating Ribbentrop, Hitler feared giving him too much freedom and gave him strict instructions on the methods to be used. It is this constraint that was the main reason why Ribbentrop insisted on staying in the field of ethnography. Hitler's attachment to nationalist conceptions is, indeed, fanatical. Did Hitler, in settling the Transcarpathian affair, want to pave the way to Kiev? The Germans are quite interested in Ruthenia. However, I do not think they consider Transcarpathia as an opportunity for a decisive step in the Ukrainian question. Stalin's death would, at this moment, be a catastrophe, as the race towards Ukraine could be resumed. From my conversation with the Italian ambassador, I learned many details concerning the Vienna Award. He disclosed that nothing more could be obtained for the Hungarians other than Uzhhorod and Munkacs, since the Hungarians were in a bad way. For example, from Transcarpathia, not a single petition of the population for union with Hungary had been forwarded to the arbitrators. Answering my question, the ambassador explained that, apart from the establishment of an ethnographic line, nothing had been settled in Vienna, not even the possible guarantee for Czechoslovakia. Autolyko thinks that if Berlin reached a final agreement with Czechoslovakia in certain areas, and Prague would require a guarantee, the Reich government would probably grant it. Under the circumstances, the British government shows considerably less interest in the guarantee and is rather unwilling to grant it. When our conversation turned to Romania, the ambassador agreed with me that the Romanian government, owing to their erroneous appraisal of the situation, has taken a negative stand towards the common Polish-Hungarian border. The Hungarian military attaché called on Mussolini and stated that the situation in Transcarpathia was becoming untenable. The Hungarian government would therefore occupy Transcarpathia within the next 24 hours. The Hungarian government had previously consulted the German government, and in reply to an inquiry, they had received the answer that Germany considered military action by Hungary as inopportune. If difficulties arose, Germany would give Hungary no support. The Hungarians took this to mean that Germany did not, in principle, disapprove of action, but was only apprehensive for Hungary. I told Ambassador Autolyko that such an interpretation of our reply was wrong. It had been our intention to inform the Hungarian government that we could not give approval to their action. Such action would be a breach of the Vienna Award. Mussolini had instructed Autolico to ask us if the Hungarian interpretation was correct, so that Italy might give a similar answer to Hungary. I therefore made the following communication to Ambassador Autolico. The Führer was of the opinion that a Hungarian occupation of Transcarpathia would discredit the Axis powers, whose award Hungary had unconditionally accepted 3 weeks ago. Hungary is playing a frivolous game. If she intervened by force now, she would bear full responsibility for all eventual consequences. The outcome of a Czechoslovak-Hungarian conflict, which would inevitably result, could not be foreseen. Possibly Germany would be forced to intervene. Beck summoned me to his home to announce that we had lost the case regarding the common border with Hungary due to the insincere, cowardly, and crooked policy of Kanya and his country, which had every chance to win but failed to take advantage of the situation. The way in which the Hungarians acted has been fully revealed to us. According to Beck, Ribbentrop's hostile attitude to the annexation of Transcarpathia contributed to our failure. However, Beck does not believe that this attitude marks a change in Germany's policy towards us. He is rather inclined to believe that Hitler showed a certain disinterest in the whole affair, leaving Ribbentrop a fairly wide freedom to act. The problem of Transcarpathia has become very unpleasant, and we will have many difficulties to overcome. Beck comes to the conclusion that it will be necessary to simply lose interest in the border, leaving only a detachment of border guards to study the situation and to decide whether we should side with the Czechs or the Slovaks. To be sure, we had opposed the Hungarian tendencies towards an occupation of Transcarpathia at the present moment. One cannot request an arbitration from the Axis powers and then simply ignore it. Both Italy and Germany were of the opinion that the Vienna signatures had to be respected. Although we have now restrained Hungary from occupying Transcarpathia, the Führer is of the opinion that we should not commit ourselves against the occupation of this territory by Hungary. The regent told me that Italy had not warned Hungary against marching into Transcarpathia, but had only pointed out that Germany might be opposed to this. In the Italian press, Mussolini had sent good wishes for the forthcoming operation and had offered to send fighter aircraft to defend Budapest. German intervention had made a painful impression here, but had occurred in time because the Hungarian entry was delayed for a day or two as a result of necessary regrouping in view of Czech countermeasures. According to Orlowski, the Hungarians were afraid of the Germans and did not show the necessary courage in the Transcarpathian affair. Nevertheless, the question remains open. The Czechs will have no interest in keeping Transcarpathia indefinitely. The province is of no economic benefit to them and will eventually become a burden, and it is doubtful that the Germans would agree to make large investments in that territory or to even jeopardize its good relations with Poland and Hungary. The question of a common border between Poland and Hungary takes on the character of a diplomatic game between us and Germany. Orlowski fully understands that it would be difficult for us to demand a change of attitude in the Germans, as we would have to pay dearly for that. Today, they would likely ask us to make concessions to them in Danzig or to take their side in the Memel affair. Over time, their demands will decrease. Orlowski finds it unlikely that Germany's policy in Transcarpathia results from a personal conception of Hitler. He thinks it is rather speculations by Ribbentrop, who promised the Ukrainians to create a kind of Ukrainian nucleus in this region. Orlowski told me that he was of the opinion that we should maintain good neighborly relations with Germany. He considers it inconceivable that if a war were to break out between Germany and the West, that we would side with the Reich. Polish public opinion would not tolerate it. I replied that I was not at all convinced that a war between Germany and the West was inevitable. Furthermore, given the possibility of a conflict with Russia, Germany cannot risk compromising its good relations with Poland. Hitler understands the situation, which is why he shows, on every occasion, his desire to further improve German-Polish relations. In accordance with your instructions, I informed Ribbentrop that I had acquainted you with his suggestion made on the 24th October regarding a German-Polish agreement which would finally stabilize mutual relations, and that you had requested me to communicate our attitude in answer. Ribbentrop was impressed by my statement that any tendency to incorporate Danzig into Germany must inevitably lead to a conflict, not of a local character, but one also jeopardizing Polish-German relations as a whole. In reply, Ribbentrop stated that Germany desired to maintain the best possible relations with Poland, just as it did with Italy, and assured me that all his emphasis was in this direction. In a very friendly tone, he stated that it was his desire to hold conversations with Poland, not in a diplomatic manner, but entirely as between friends, frankly and openly. Ribbentrop explained how the suggestion he had communicated to me on the 24th October had arisen, taking as a basis the Chancellor's conviction as to the necessity for maintaining the best of relations with Poland, which was a fundamental principle of German foreign policy. He had been trying to find a solution which would completely stabilize the situation. It is worthy to note that Ribbentrop gave it to be understood that he was responsible for this initiative, leaving the Chancellor out of it. Interview with Lipski. According to Lipski, our position in Berlin has improved again due to the worsening relations between Germany and the West. Regarding the proposals concerning Danzig put forward by Ribbentrop at Berchtesgaden, Lipski is inclined to believe that Hitler had not taken the initiative. It seems that Hitler left Ribbentrop a great deal of freedom of action in this instance. Ribbentrop is not the ideal type of National Socialist. He is rather an upstart. Nevertheless, Lipski believes it would be appropriate to organize a trip by Ribbentrop to Warsaw, although Beck is of the opinion that he should not come before the Danzig issue is settled. We can dazzle Ribbentrop by many means by having him attend a military review and showing him the development of our capital, which is truly impressive. As for Goering, he will surely want to come to Poland in February to hunt. It would be appropriate to proceed with the awarding of decorations to the Germans. We could also consider the choice of a gift that our president would offer to Hitler. This has been done by various other states, including France. Meeting with Beck. Beck raised the issue of Polish-German relations, which are currently at an impasse. Beck does not believe that the hostile attitude adopted by the Germans towards the common Polish-Hungarian border constitutes a key point in Hitler's policy. In any case, the German attitude has troubled us more than it has benefited the Germans. Beck personally attributes this to Ribbentrop because the minister is very close to the Prussian Junkers. He has a certain snobbery towards the West while treating the whole of Eastern Europe contemptuously. He is inexperienced in diplomacy, and for this reason, Lipski has more difficulty getting along with him than with Neurath, who perfectly understood and executed Hitler's plans and instructions. Beck feels that Ribbentrop is sometimes carried away by his ambition and his desire to assert his successes, which leads him to exceed the limits set by Hitler's instructions. Beck noticed that the relations between Ribbentrop and Goering have greatly worsened. The conversations that General Fabrici recently had in Germany shed a very curious light on this situation. According to Fabrici, the Polish-Soviet communique provoked, both in Goering and Himmler, who is also hostile to Ribbentrop, a feeling of schadenfreude, due to the fact that it was Ribbentrop's unreasonable policy that caused the publication of this communique. Fabrici's conversations with Goering also provided other highly interesting information. Goering declared unequivocally that we should not worry about Germany's current attitude regarding the Polish-Hungarian border because Germany has to be cautious and consider the arbitration in Vienna. In any case, we will surely obtain a common border with Hungary. Goering criticized Hungary's policy in the same way Beck had done. The Germans had stated to Romania that the most rational policy was for them to rely on Poland. Based on this information and, on the other hand, realizing the danger of the deadlock in which we find ourselves with regards to Germany, Beck came to the conclusion that we should begin talks with the German government. Ribbentrop declared that he would willingly consent to an exchange of visits and would come to Warsaw with pleasure. In principle, he thanks you for your invitation. On his own volition, von Ribbentrop mentioned problems of Polish-German relations. Asking about the superhighway, I remarked that this problem had been referred to you and that it is being discussed in Warsaw, but that, naturally, this matter can only be dealt with within the framework of the general settlement. Kobylanski and Inoue, Secretary of the Japanese Embassy, came to inform me, on behalf of Ambassador Sacco, of the following. Sacco has returned from Berlin, where he had conversations with Ambassador Oasima. He wishes to communicate with us the conclusions. He noted that he acted on his own initiative and without instructions from Tokyo. He undertook this approach solely because he is convinced of the necessity of good relations between Poland and Germany. He feared their systematic cooling. The conclusions he communicates are those of Ambassador Oasima and result from the conversations the latter recently had with Hitler and Ribbentrop. Oasima has the impression that Hitler, as well as Ribbentrop, see a desire to penetrate Ukraine as one of the most important elements of German policy. It is the basis of what is called German activity regarding Ukraine. The Germans will undoubtedly choose a favorable moment to carry out their plan. Nevertheless, it will only become relevant in 2 or 3 years' time, unless unforeseen events occur beforehand. Given that the foundation of Germany's Ukrainian plan is economic in nature, it is not about a particular territorial parcel, such as Eastern Galicia, but rather about large, fertile, and comparatively sparsely populated territories that would allow large-scale penetration. Germany supports Transcarpathia up to a certain point. The Germans do not envisage any investment in this country, as it does not constitute a goal, only a secondary means. Although Germany's Ukrainian action directly affects Poland's interests, Ambassador Oasima categorically states that anti-Polish activity in Transcarpathia is not at all Germany's intention. The Germans will exploit Transcarpathia for Ukrainian action, not against Poland, but against Russia. They know perfectly well that their Ukrainian plan can only be realized if Poland sides with them. Hitler understands better than anyone the necessity of Polish-German cooperation. Oasima believes that an independent Ukraine can only be established by force, and that this force cannot be deployed without Poland's help. He is convinced that at the moment when the realization of this plan is near, precise talks should take place between Germany and Poland regarding the cooperation of these two countries, and that these talks should not take place at the last minute. It is difficult for Oasima to foresee who would take the initiative, but he considers them desirable and inevitable. They would allow the Germans to prove that they have no hostile intentions towards Poland. The Chancellor pointed out that in regard to Poland, he always and invariably tried to follow the policy initiated by the Declaration of 1934. In his opinion, the community of interest between Germany and Poland, as far as Russia was concerned, was complete. For Germany, Russia, whether Tsarist or communist, was equally dangerous. For these reasons, a strong Poland was an absolute necessity for Germany. The Chancellor remarked that every Polish division engaged against Russia was a corresponding saving of a German division. The Chancellor further declared that he was interested in the Ukraine from the economic viewpoint, but he had no interest in it politically. The Chancellor then proceeded to explain his policy in the Vienna arbitration, while severely criticizing Hungary's attitude in this matter. At the beginning of the Sudeten crisis, he had counted on offensive action from Hungary and had encouraged it. But since Hungary remained passive, he had to undertake the settlement of the Transcarpathian issue alone. There were two bases for resolving this problem, one political and the other ethnic. He could not seek a political solution because, given Hungary's failure, Germany would have to remobilize, France would then mobilize, and this would escalate indefinitely. He therefore had to take the matter on the basis of nationalities. He emphasized once again that he was not interested in the Ukrainian question, but had to observe its development with vigilant attention. He assured Beck that, in any case, he would not undertake anything against Poland from this point of view. Moving on to Danzig affairs, the Chancellor said that the whole difficulty lay in the fact that this city is German, and he emphasized that, as it was a German city, sooner or later it must return to Germany. He stated that, in his opinion, by way of mutual agreement, it would be possible to find a way out of the difficulties and achieve a form of guarantee to protect the legitimate interests of both Poland and Germany. If an agreement was reached on this question, all difficulties between the two states could quite definitely be settled and cleared out of the way. He emphasized that he was ready in that case to give an assurance, similar to that which he had given France with respect to Alsace and Lorraine, and to Italy with respect to South Tyrol. Finally, he drew attention, without stressing the matter, to the necessity for greater freedom of communication between Germany and East Prussia. Beck replied that the Danzig question was a very difficult problem. He added that in the Chancellor's suggestion, he did not see an equivalent compensation for Poland, and that the widest spheres of Polish society were particularly sensitive on this matter. Upon hearing this statement, Hitler somewhat retreated, stating that to solve this problem, it would be necessary to try to find something quite new, some new formula, for which he used the term corporation, which on the one hand would safeguard the interests of the German population, and on the other hand, Polish interests. In addition, the Chancellor declared that Beck could be quite at ease. There would be no fait accompli in Danzig, and nothing would be done to render difficult the situation of the Polish government. The talks in Berchtesgaden and Munich proved useful in determining Berlin's policy after the Czech crisis. They demonstrated Germany's unwavering intent to maintain good relations with Poland. I found that the rumors of Hitler's intentions in Eastern Europe to be an exaggeration. German Eastern policy remains extremely anti-Russian. Colonial pursuits are at the forefront of Hitler's attention. Lubienski told me that after his talks in Munich with Ribbentrop, Beck was furious with the Germans and inclined to tighten our relations with England and France. Meeting with Beck. Beck recounted his talks at Berchtesgaden and Munich. He supplemented his conversation with Hitler with a meeting with Ribbentrop, to whom he asked to convey to the Chancellor that if until now, after all his contacts with German statesmen, he had felt a sense of optimism, today, for the first time, pessimism had taken hold of him, especially regarding the Danzig issue. Beck sees no possibility of any kind of agreement. Ribbentrop emphasized once again that Germany was not seeking any forceful solution. Beck told me that the Danzig problem was very difficult to resolve. There are two solutions: leave things as they are or seek a compromise. The first solution did not seem good to him, because in Hitler's mind the impression could arise that he had made a generous proposal, going very far, but that we had rejected them. Such a state of affairs would only worsen the differences between us. I observed that the Danzig problem was all the more difficult because Hitler approached it in a rather simplistic way, and the Germans might have the idea of some kind of Polish-German condominium over the territory of Danzig. However, such inventions are very dangerous. Prussia once had a similar condominium with Austria and Schleswig, and that led to Königgrätz. In a conversation with Minister Chaki, Hitler stated that all Eastern plans would have to be conducted in concert with Poland and Hungary. He pointed out that he wished to maintain the best possible relations with Poland. From further German deliberations, it was clear that the German government does not regard the Czechoslovak situation as definitely settled. Allegedly, Count Chaki had the impression that under the right conditions, the Transcarpathia problem could be reconsidered in the future. From the German side, it was mentioned that the Reich did not oppose the Polish-Hungarian frontier, and in general, German spokesmen underlined the need for good relations between Poland and Hungary. They insisted that the Reich desires to maintain as good relations as possible with Poland. On the 26th of January, Mr. Ribbentrop will arrive in Warsaw. Gazeta Polska warmly welcomes him already. This is a sign of the peacefulness of both states. 26 January marks the 5th anniversary of the German-Polish Non-Aggression Pact. Therefore, Mr. Ribbentrop's visit will have symbolic significance. "We want peace with the Reich," cries Gazeta Polska, but merely crying out is not enough. The French press points out that Mr. Litvinov's visit has been cancelled whilst Mr. Ribbentrop's visit is taking place instead. We smile upon this fact. Ribbentrop, not Litvinov. Mr. Ribbentrop arrives in Warsaw as the direct executor of the foreign policy of Adolf Hitler, who, together with Józef Piłsudski, became the creator of the important turning point in Polish-German relations that occurred 5 years ago. It is hard not to express admiration once again for the courage and brilliant intuition of both great leaders who, undeterred by difficulties and historic prejudices, concluded an agreement dictated by the interests of both nations and the general needs of peace. Both Józef Piłsudski and Adolf Hitler were guided in their decision by the undeniable truth that constant tension on the Polish-German border harmed both nations, drained the energy of both peoples, and brought them no benefits, whilst often being welcomed by various circles hostile to peace. It must be remembered under what conditions Mr. Ribbentrop's visit is taking place. For several months now, the entire Western press has been predicting a violent crisis, even war in Eastern Europe. It is easy to understand these rumors and alarms, dictated not by a concern for the peace of Europe, but rather by a desire for the crisis to break out in the East rather than in the West. The official Gazeta Polska takes particular care to stress that the Polish-French alliance is in no way a factor limiting the basic principle of Polish foreign policy, which is an independent policy reckoning only with the interests of the Polish state. This sentence is important. In political quarters, it is considered an official reply to the German comments calling the Polish situation complicated due to the existence of at least an official Polish-French military alliance.
Dla uczczenia rocznicy zawarcia polsko-niemieckiego paktu o nieagresji przybył do Warszawy z oficjalną wizytą minister spraw zagranicznych Rzeszy Niemieckiej, jego ekscelencja Joachim von Ribbentrop. Na placu marszałka Piłsudskiego u grobu nieznanego żołnierza następuje uroczystość złożenia wieńców. Historyczne dzieło wielkiego marszałka i wodza Rzeszy otwarło nową erę w stosunkach polsko-niemieckich.
At a reception for Minister Ribbentrop, Mr. Beck said, "Your visit to Warsaw falls on the anniversary of the friendly declaration of peace signed between us on 26 January 1934. It is one of the shortest and simplest international agreements ever concluded. These few lines are an expression of the courage, the foresight and will of Chancellor Adolf Hitler and Marshal Joseph Pilsudski. Neither the smallest concerns or the greatest tensions of European politics could shake the principles that were formulated by the leaders of our two nations. The fact that we, Mr. Reich Minister, negotiate with you on the same foundation is something that other governments can only envy." Mr. Ribbentrop responded, "Please accept my sincerest thanks for your greeting and kind words. It is an honor and pleasure for me to be a guest of the Polish government in this beautiful city. It is essential to German foreign policy that the friendly relations between Poland and Germany deepen and solidify on the basis of our agreement. In this sense, I raise my glass to the well-being of the Polish nation and the honor of its president, Ignacy Mościcki." Ribbentrop declared to the President of the Republic, almost officially on behalf of Hitler, that the agreement with Poland was planned by Germany for a long period, that this was Hitler's essential thesis, who is not a man to work for a temporary situation, and finally that there were no difficulties between Poland and Germany that he and Beck could not jointly resolve. Meeting with Lubienski at the reception hosted by the German embassy in honor of Ribbentrop, Lubienski indicated that the Danzig question had been the main subject of Beck's talks with Ribbentrop. Beck categorically rejected Ribbentrop's request concerning the establishment of an extraterritorial highway through Pomerania. The two ministers only reached a gentleman's agreement that in the event of the League of Nations withdrawing from Danzig, a German-Polish declaration would be immediately published, affirming the maintenance of the status quo in Danzig until Germany and Poland had agreed on the issue. Ribbentrop also gave assurances that no fait accompli would occur in Danzig without prior agreement with us. Ribbentrop asked about our assessment of the situation in Soviet Russia. Minister Beck responded that we had won a war with the Soviets, we had concluded a peace treaty, but the partner is so uncertain that we had had to fence off the frontier with wire. We threw off attacks against our border areas by organizing KOP units. There are three possibilities in Russia. A, despite the weakness caused by the disorganization of the military authorities, an attempt to diffuse the internal situation through an external conflict. B, a weakening of the central power and the emergence of decentralized regions with non-Russian populations. C, a continued slow evolutionary process, not changing the USSR much in essence. The assessment of Russia is all the more difficult as European criteria cannot be applied to it. Ribbentrop emphasized that, should Russia break up, Poland will be the country most interested in this process. Germany is ready to go hand in hand with Poland in both eventualities. A and B. Minister Beck said that while the Ukrainian question causes much bad blood in Poland, the most important threat to Polish-German relations is Danzig. Ribbentrop expressed satisfaction regarding his visit to Warsaw and understanding that perhaps the question had not been sufficiently prepared, given that his visit had been brought forward. He fears that the Chancellor might not have been well understood by Minister Beck. The Chancellor views the situation from the perspective of centuries. Germany has, in many places, undone the Versailles Treaty. The Chancellor, however, is ready to give up territorial claims against Poland, but is encountering much internal opposition on this point. He is ready, however, to push for it in return for the extraterritorial superhighway and the possibility for the people of Danzig to realize the slogan, "Home to the Reich." The Polish nation should understand how painful losing that territory was for the Germans. Minister Beck replied that already in Berchtesgaden and Munich, he had warned that this was a difficult and dangerous question. As far as communications are concerned, his advice is to forget the term extraterritorial road, because Poland is not the Czech state. Poland is not a country governed by parliament, but changes to the state territory are constitutionally reserved for parliament, and Minister Beck sees no possibility for himself to present this issue to parliament. Ribbentrop asked how the Berchtesgaden discussion was received in Poland. Beck replied, "Couldn't be worse. It is difficult to find a justification for presenting the matter on such terms, as it is difficult to find a resolution. In any event, technicalities aside, it would seem that the mood in Poland is such that it is considered here that the Germans have had it so easy elsewhere that they are now trying their hand in Poland." The Chancellor talked of arrangements beneficial for both sides, whereas German proposals represent a unilateral change of the existing state for the sole benefit of Germany. The German guarantee is highly valuable, but who can say that some future German government won't revise its stand on this issue? If we were to go ahead with the German suggestions, Poles would be asking their government why this is done. Where is the compensation? When Ribbentrop attempted to suggest compensation in Ukraine, Minister Beck replied that what he was proposing was not an object of compensation, as Minister Beck wouldn't even know what to do with such an object. If Germany were to propose a truly balanced arrangement, Minister Beck would not fear to present it to the public opinion in Poland. As for Danzig, any day now the League of Nations will play a joke on us and will depart along with its High Commissioner. Poland will then have to demand guarantees from Danzig. I see no reason for haste in settling this matter, but in such a case we could easily find ourselves once again in an open conflict. Ribbentrop agreed that both sides have to come to an understanding without delay in order to avoid. At a press conference today, Mr. Beck stated that the principle of Polish foreign policy is the maintenance of good relations with its neighbors. Poland's balance between Russia and Germany is a natural element that stems from the conviction that Poland wishes to avoid any cooperation that intends aggression against these two neighbors. Future generations can look upon these past 6 years as a historic miracle for the German community in Poland. You can be assured that the agreement of 1934 marked a final end to the hostility between our two nations. During his stay in the Polish capital, the Reich foreign minister had the opportunity to engage in extensive discussions with the leading statesmen of Poland. Yesterday, the Reich foreign minister had a detailed conversation with Foreign Minister Beck regarding all questions that concern both nations. The discussions were conducted in an atmosphere of sincerity and openness on the basis of the 1934 agreement and resulted in an agreement that current and future issues should be examined and resolved, protecting the legitimate interests of both nations. The discussions again demonstrate that cooperation between Germany and Poland has not only stood the test of time, but has also matured and represents a valuable contribution to the satisfaction of Europe. Both Germany and Poland will continue the policy of non-aggression based on the Act of 1934 and will strive to turn this relation into a lasting one. There are no issues between Germany and Poland that can't be settled through negotiations with regard for mutual interests. It might be said that the general idea of a German-Polish understanding was mutually accepted. The Polish ambassador informed me that Germany and Poland had agreed on all of their relationships so that there could be no occasion for friction at an early date. Beck considers that it was a good thing that Ribbentrop came to Warsaw, that he was able to personally see what Poland was like. It was evident that he was struck by our old cultural traditions and by the dynamism that distinguishes today's Poland. The conversations did not yield particularly favorable results, but despite this, Ribbentrop sent a very friendly telegram from the border, and Hitler mentioned Poland in his speech in sympathetic terms, which Beck did not expect. This is the best proof that Ribbentrop's visit was a fortunate event. The results of your meeting with Chancellor Hitler were so telling that they considerably strengthened the opponents of Minister Bonnet. French opinion came to understand that not only had German-Polish relations not deteriorated, but that Poland was not threatened, even indirectly, either by the Ukrainian designs of Chancellor Hitler or by some violent undertaking on his part in Central Europe. The dominant anxiety here is that since the détente in the situation in Eastern and Central Europe, the dangers of German expansionist activity may become easily felt in Western Europe, especially in connection with the anti-French campaign undertaken by Italy. Realizing what our situation was in French public opinion only 4 months ago, recalling that we were the target of attacks after the Munich conference, which led to the almost explosion of the Ukrainian question in the French press, and considering that until the end of December, the vast majority of French political opinion wanted to regard not only Central Europe, but also Poland as a region of German expansion, recognized by the West, one can state that French political opinion has taken a profound turn regarding relations with Poland. However, France's attitude will always be susceptible to the stance of the British government, which will undoubtedly continue for a long time to decisively influence French policy. At a reception, I congratulated Ribbentrop on words of appreciation the Chancellor addressed to him in his speech. The Foreign Minister did not conceal his satisfaction with regards to these words of the Chancellor, and said they were a surprise to him. At the same time, he stressed how pleasant his stay in Poland was. He added that efforts should be made to have Polish-German relations develop satisfactorily, and he made reference to his conversation with you in Warsaw, saying that he is counting on my help to find a solution in these matters. He recalled that the Chancellor treats these matters in high value. I would like to add that Ribbentrop and all the German officials who accompanied the minister to Warsaw expressed their satisfaction over the reception they met with in Poland. The extreme restraint that the Germans have shown regarding the Danzig question, which remains a personal matter to Mr. Beck, and the most vulnerable point of his policy, appears symptomatic of the concern in Berlin to accommodate the situation of the Polish minister. Public opinion in Poland is far from ready to consider the concessions and renunciations that Germany may expect from this country. However, Hitler undoubtedly believes that on this front, time is likely to work in his favor. He is obviously concerned about doing anything that could compromise his efforts. It has become clear that events have not evolved as the Minister of Foreign Affairs had hoped. Poland did not obtain a common border with Hungary. The mutilated Czechoslovakia fell under German influence, and Prague seems unable or unwilling to draw closer to Warsaw. Western powers have retained a painful memory of the role played by Poland. In summary, having gained only slight material advantages, Poland finds itself morally isolated next to an enlarged and fortified Germany. From this, many Poles conclude that Poland has been played by Germany. And for those among them who were supporters of the policy of collaboration with Germany, there is a feeling that Polish leaders failed to take advantage of the opportunities that this collaboration offered. This is the idea that Mr. Makiewicz, a Pilsudski supporter, Germanophile, and a supporter of Mr. Beck until recently, has been developing for several months with his characteristic talent and energy. His latest article on this subject, published on February 25th, is titled The Catastrophe of Polish Policy in 1938. Once again, he emphasizes the immense service rendered by Poland to Germany since 1934 and laments that the only result of this policy is a power imbalance between the signatories of the 1934 agreement. He criticizes Beck for not making Poland's stance in the Czechoslovak crisis dependent on an agreement with Germany recognizing the principle of a common border with Hungary. As for Mr. Studnicki, going even further, he reproaches Polish policy for not fully associating itself with Germany and Italy to form a bloc of territory-hungry countries. In contrast to those who blame Polish policy for its timidity, there are those who have long criticized Beck for neglecting Poland's relations with the Western powers, particularly with France. Both of these critics are gaining in numbers and strength. At the Chancellor's reception for the diplomatic corps, I had an occasion for a casual exchange of opinion with Chancellor Hitler. I first mentioned the regrettable student demonstrations before the embassy in Warsaw, stressing that they were being exploited by the elements of the opposition. The Chancellor replied that Danzig problems are ticklish. That is why he thinks that they should be determined by a solution which would totally remove all complications. In the course of his deliberations, he stressed that as long as he, as a partner of Marshal Pilsudski in the Polish-German agreement, is in charge of the Reich's policies, there will be no conflict. In Poland, at the head of Polish foreign policy, stands Minister Beck, a very clever and noble man. Nevertheless, in the future, someone might take the Chancellor's place in Germany, just as some changes may occur in the political leadership in Poland. Therefore, it would be desirable to reach an agreement on this matter before then. Such an agreement, though bilaterally painful, would remove forever all misunderstandings, as was done at the Brenner Pass. The Chancellor remarked that Germany's approval of the corridor is not an easy decision. He added that there are more Germans in Pomerania than Poles in Danzig. The Chancellor also mentioned that it is quite natural that many elements desire to spoil Polish-German relations. He stressed that he understands that you also came upon elements who attack you for your policy toward Germany. It is rather characteristic that both the Chancellor and Göring laid pressure on the fact that as long as they are directing German policy, there will be no conflict over the Danzig problem. It could be gathered from this that no drastic solution is planned, and that the Chancellor remains willing to come to an understanding with Poland on this issue. The British and Polish governments have set April 4th as the date for Colonel Beck's visit to London. On the British side, no definitive program of conversation has yet been drawn up. Lord Halifax's staff believe they will cover the following points: a general review of the European situation, the Danzig affair, the trade issues discussed during his last visit will likely be discussed. The fate of Slovakia is in the balance. The Slovaks are undecided and act chaotically. German pressure in the direction of an independent Slovakia under a German protectorate is increasingly strong and insistent. Tiso is clearly looking for support from us. The next few days will decide the stakes. In my opinion, offering the Slovaks our full support could still, today, influence the situation. The talks held last night between the Slovak ministers and the Prague government had broken down because the Slovaks were not willing to give an assurance that they would refrain from declaring the independence of Slovakia. President Hacha has therefore decided to dismiss Prime Minister Tiso, Minister Durkansky, and Minister Prusinski from their posts. The conflict between Czechs and Slovaks suddenly took a worrying turn, not only following the proclamation of a state of emergency in Bratislava and the dissolution of Slovak self-defense formations, but also and especially because Mr. Tiso has allegedly sent a call for help to the German government. The Führer has received Tiso. The Führer has made it clear to him that the historic hour of the Slovaks has come. If they do nothing, they will be swallowed up by Hungary. Tiso is not a revolutionary. Everything has to be done constitutionally. By favoring the independence of Slovakia, it seems that Berlin is thereby taking a position in favor of Hungarian-Polish claims to Transcarpathia, which by separating from Czechoslovakia must inevitably fall into the hands of its neighbors. What bargains does such a policy imply with Budapest and Warsaw? Only time will tell. The partition of Czechoslovakia into 3 sections entailed, on the part of Germany, a revision of its policy towards Czechoslovakia. After Munich, the German leaders had decided to maintain the integrity of the new Czechoslovak state. They considered that a Czechoslovakia, vassal and docile to the will of Germany, would constitute a starting point for its expansion toward the southeast, an expansion which would only have to follow the sub-Carpathian corridor to reach Romanian oil and Ukrainian wheat. Hence their veto of the Hungarian-Polish plan for a common border, hence their stubbornness in Vienna on November 2nd, to safeguard the existence of an independent Carpathian Ukraine within the framework of the Czechoslovak state. Today, Berlin has no hesitation in reversing its decision. German leaders renounced the integrity of Czechoslovakia and lifted their opposition to the plan for a Polish-Hungarian border in Transcarpathia. It is interesting to ask when, how, and why this reversal occurred. Towards the end of December, silence suddenly fell on the merits of the Vienna arbitration. In January, there was no further mention of it, and in his speech to the Reichstag, the Führer quickly glossed over the Czechoslovak problem. It is therefore reasonable to assume that it was at the end of 1938 that Chancellor Hitler, for specific reasons, agreed to rally to the thesis that Italian political circles continued to advocate regarding Transcarpathia. On January 5th, in fact, Receiving Mr. Beck at Berchtesgaden, the Führer declared to him that in his view, the Ukrainian question was not current. It seems that with Count Schocke, during his official visit to Berlin on January 16th, the ruling circles of the Reich were even more explicit, and that the Hungarian minister was given to understand that Germany would not oppose a seizure of Transcarpathia by Hungary. Finally, according to certain hypotheses now emerging, it was in Warsaw from January 25th to 27th that the terms of the second partition of Czechoslovakia were agreed upon between Mr. Ribbentrop and Mr. Beck. This can be seen in the fact that the question of the common Hungarian-Polish border was one of the main topics debated between Mr. Gofencu and Mr. Beck on March 4th. What reasons could have prompted the Führer to change his attitude in this regard? It is possible that German leaders realized they had misjudged the real importance that Transcarpathia, dismantled and deprived of its urban centers, roads, and railways by the Vienna Award, retained for a German advance eastward. To keep such a risky asset in its hands, Germany would have allowed its difficulties in Central Europe to grow, attracting the rancor of the Hungarians and the resentment of the Poles. Rumor has it that the rapprochement between Warsaw and Moscow and the vehement tone of the Hungarian press aroused Hitler's concerns. To oppose the physical obstacle of the common Hungarian-Polish border would turn Hungary and Poland against Germany, at a time when Western powers were striving to strengthen their armaments and Franco-Italian tensions threatened to spark a European crisis. By giving in to Hungarian-Polish ambitions, the Reich was, on the contrary, ensuring the recognition of the Hungarians, their support against Romania, and, the day Germany resumed the push eastward, it would have at its disposal the wide route of the Hungarian plain instead of the narrow Carpathian path. As for Poland, perhaps Berlin flattered itself that it could buy its neutrality in the event of a European conflict by freeing Poland from the danger posed on its southern border by an independent Ukrainian province, a center of Ukrainian propaganda and irredentism. The events of September, and even more so, the Vienna arbitration, had sparked immense hope among the Ukrainian minority in Poland. By creating an autonomous state, however small and resource-poor it was, Germany had given hope to aspirations for a greater Ukraine. Observations made at that time in eastern Galicia showed that almost all Ukrainians placed absolute trust in German support. The Ukrainian flag was finally flying, and Subcarpathian Ukraine was, from its inception, designated as the Piedmont of the future great state of 40 million inhabitants that would extend to the Caucasus. Confidence in Germany was so great that the Ukrainians of Galicia viewed without fear the growing tensions between Transcarpathia and Slovakia on the one hand, and the Prague government on the other. The disintegration of Czechoslovakia appeared to them only as a step towards the realization of the great Ukrainian state. Even the first news of German action in Bohemia and Moravia did not worry Ukrainian opinion. The subsequent events, the advance of Hungarian troops in Transcarpathia, was a real blow to these elements. The correspondent of Dilo in Shust used the term German betrayal in a telephone communication. The announcement that Hungary would grant an autonomous regime to Transcarpathia did not deceive anyone. The most optimistic try to maintain that this is only a temporary tactic on the part of Germany. On the Polish side, there will likely be an effort to take advantage of this immense setback. The SAS expresses the view that the Ukrainians will be convinced, after the disappearance of the Ukrainian Piedmont, that they must resolve to continue living together with the Poles. The conservative newspaper adds that the Polish state, on its part, will have to satisfy Ukrainian aspirations insofar as they are compatible with the Polish state. In the face of the new situation caused by the dissolution of Czechoslovakia and the German intervention, the Polish government respects the decision on Slovakia's independence and fully supports the Hungarian action in Transcarpathia. Regarding Czechia, we do not raise any contentious issues while not seeing any reason to get involved in their defense. The annexation of Danzig to Germany would outrage Polish public opinion and would likely force Minister Beck to resign. It is therefore permissible to assume that Chancellor Hitler, if only to avoid this risk, will wait a little longer before officially ending the existence of the Free City. Civilian and military leaders have often told me, and reiterated very recently to anyone who would listen, that in such a case it would be war. Since the recent events, it seems less certain that the Polish attitude should be as energetic. For some time now, and it is probably for this reason, that Beck is so keen on maintaining the High Commissioner, Minister Beck gives the impression of preparing to turn towards Geneva and the League of Nations to attempt to shift responsibility for such events onto France and England in the eyes of his compatriots. Is it likely that there will be a German coup in Danzig? If so, will the Poles resist by force? If this were to happen, war would be inevitable. Of course, if Germany and Poland can now make a fresh and effective agreement about the status of Danzig, there would be no great need for anxiety on this specific point. But Burkhardt is not quite confident that such an agreement would be honored by the Poles, since the Polish army is a good deal more uncompromising than the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I am of the opinion that the Polish government will seek to avoid the possibility of finding itself out on a limb in terms of commitments, not only to the Axis powers but also to the Western powers. In the immediate future, I expect Beck to pursue an "I'm from Missouri" policy vis-à-vis the Western European powers. I had a long talk with Biddle, the American ambassador, who says he received a personal message from Roosevelt that the United States would support us to the last matchbox, and then the country would come to him. We have the impression here more and more that Biddle, the American ambassador, exercises an unfavorable influence on Polish policy. Biddle has the ear of Beck to a considerable extent, and is a tool of Bullitt, the well-known American ambassador in Paris, who is causing quite enough harm in any case. At the time, Biddle was the only ambassador Beck believed he could speak openly with. He saw him often, and there was a sort of gentleman's agreement that a necessary indiscretion could be committed. Beck was never disappointed in him. Hudson arrived, dined at the embassy. Hudson was authorized by Lord Halifax to assure the Polish government of the moral support of Britain, France, and the United States in war with Germany. If Germany wanted to attack Poland, it would not have eliminated the Czech army, which could have served as an ally, nor would Germany have put the Ukrainian question on hold, nor allowed Hungary to occupy Transcarpathia. Ambassador Lipski expressed anxiety at the fact that Germany had assumed the protection of Slovakia. This news had hit Poland hard, for the man in the street could only regard such a step as being directed against Poland. History played a part in determining Polish interests in this area, and from a realistic point of view, it must be admitted that the declaration of protection could only be regarded as a blow against Poland. I referred to the fact that the independent Slovak government had appealed to Germany for protection. The declaration of protection was certainly not directed against Poland. At this point, I gave a slight hint that the question could perhaps be the subject of joint discussions if German-Polish relations developed satisfactorily. Unfortunately, I could not but note that a gradual stiffening in German-Polish relations was becoming apparent. It seemed to me essential that a fresh attempt should be made to bring German-Polish policy onto the right lines, and it seemed to me fitting that there should be a personal discussion between German and Polish statesmen in the near future. I would be glad if Foreign Minister Beck would pay an early visit to Berlin. The basis on which German-Polish understanding could rest would only be provided by German and Polish nationalists. Poland must realize that she could not take a middle course. Either Poland would remain a national state, working for a reasonable relationship with Germany and her Führer, or one day there would arise a Marxist Polish government, which would then be absorbed by Communist Russia. We honestly desired that Poland should retain a strong nationalist government, as represented by Marshal Pilsudski's group of colonels. The best chance for reaching an understanding with Poland lay with this group. Poland's present geographical position was indebted to the disaster of Germany having lost the war. The corridor settlement was felt to be the heaviest burden of the Versailles Treaty for Germany. No previous government had been in a position to renounce German claims without being swept away by the Reichstag within 48 hours. The Führer had other ideas about the corridor. He recognized the justification of the Polish claim to free access to the sea. He was the only German statesman who could pronounce a final renunciation of the corridor. The condition for this, however, is the return of the purely German Danzig to the Reich, as well as the establishment of extraterritorial rail and road connections between the Reich and East Prussia. Only this would remove the thorn which the corridor represented for the German people. If Polish statesmen would calmly take into account the real facts, a solution could be found on the following basis. The return of Danzig to the Reich, an extraterritorial rail and road connection between East Prussia and the Reich, and in return, a German guarantee for the corridor. I could well imagine that in such circumstances it would be possible to deal with the Slovak question to the satisfaction of all. Ambassador Lipski had little to say in reply to this, once again expressing anxiety over the German declaration of protection for Slovakia. I told Lipski that a common German-Polish policy could also prove very fruitful in future. The treatment which we accorded the Ukraine question showed how loyal Germany's attitude was. From the disappointment expressed by the Ukrainians, he could see how straightforward our policy was. As I had assured Foreign Minister Beck in Warsaw, we were prepared to regard the Ukrainian question from a purely Polish angle. Ambassador Lipski promised to inform Minister Beck and to report immediately. I suggested that Lipski should go to Warsaw and make a personal report. The German government proposed to the Polish government an agreement involving the return of Danzig to the Reich. According to a formula that would correspond to Herr Hitler's statements regarding Poland's right to have access to the sea, Poland would retain Gdynia and access to this port. Its economic relations with Danzig would have been formalized, and a close economic collaboration established between the two countries, similar to that which will result from the German-Romanian agreement. Marshal Rid-Smigli and Minister Beck disagreed on the response to be given to these proposals, which would have far exceeded what Polish public opinion would be likely to accept. And it was at this moment that the Marshal decided to take military measures on the German-Polish borders. An occupation of Danzig by Germany would be an act reminding us of the partitions of Poland. For this reason, I ordered mobilization 4 months ago, when the German Chancellor renewed his demands concerning Danzig and Pomerania. Please believe me when I say that this mobilization was no mere demonstration. We were ready for war then, in case of necessity. A declaration condemning Germany's annexation of Czechoslovakia and expressing determination to resist any further German aggression may be issued by a new Stop Hitler bloc of powers within 48 hours. It was understood today. Britain, France, and Russia were understood to have agreed to take the leadership. It was reported that the British government had sent instructions to its ambassadors in Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, Yugoslavia, and Greece urging their adherence to a 9-power declaration. The stance of the United States would be a prime point of consideration in the formulation of Britain's new collective security policy, it was said. The British draft of the joint declaration submitted to Mr. Beck by Howard Kennard appears to have put Polish leaders in a very difficult position. Several conferences have already been held on this subject, and various indications suggest that no decision has been made so far. While telling him that he fully understood the significance and importance of the proposal, Mr. Beck informed my British colleague that he was not yet in a position to give him an official response. Minister Beck pointed out that after so many unfortunate experiences, Poland would probably only associate itself with a new declaration or pact if it appeared that this was not merely a symbolic gesture, and that it was faced with a concrete and precise plan whose practical terms would constitute a sufficient counterbalance to the risks that adherence would entail for it. That Poland, given its geography, could not help but hesitate greatly before renouncing its policy of balance between its two great neighbors, and especially before associating itself with a combination that would also include the Soviets. Germany accepts the Franco-Polish alliance as a fact, Mr. Beck continued, but there would be an explosion if Chancellor Hitler saw a system forming that included the Western powers, Poland, and the Soviets. War could break out immediately. I drew Beck's attention to other aspects of the matter, and especially to the vital interest for his country in not discouraging an initiative so contrary to all the traditions of British foreign policy, which for the first time shows itself willing to take sides on issues concerning Eastern Europe. Mr. Beck only repeated that he did not at all underestimate the value of this fact, but he left me with the impression that he would officially respond to the British proposal as late as possible, and that he hoped to be able to delay the matter until his trip to London. Fears of Poland that participation in an anti-Hitler front would prejudice her future appeared to be the chief factor delaying a declaration by the four powers against aggression. Poland wants a pledge of British, French and Russian military aid. Mr. Beck confided to one of my colleagues, under the seal of secrecy, that he proposed either before or immediately after his trip to London to negotiate with Germany regarding Danzig. Judging by other information, it seems that Mr. Lipski has already been instructed to initiate talks. The situation is serious and cannot be ignored. A clear line has been established. Below this line comes our non-possumus. This is clear. We will fight. Where is this line? It is our territory, but not only that. The line also involves the non-acceptance of unilateral suggestions to be imposed on us regarding Danzig. Germany is marching all across Europe with 9 divisions. With such strength, Poland would not be overcome. Poland declining to enter a 4-power Stop Hitler bloc without concrete military guarantees was regarded as speaking the opinion of several nations which might like to see Germany stopped but want the stopping done with something more than words. Poland's refusal to enter the bloc on the presently suggested basis was regarded as a severe and perhaps decisive blow to plans for an immediate anti-aggression declaration. It is inconceivable that France should be drawn into a war to defend Polish interests and what little remains of Danzig's status as a free city. We also have the feeling that there is a growing concern among Poles that it might be wise, in order to avoid a war with Germany, to make concessions to it, similar to Romania, even if it means being drawn little by little into Germany's orbit. The Führer does not wish to solve the Danzig question by force. He does not wish to drive Poland into the arms of Britain by this. A possible military occupation of Danzig could be contemplated only if Lipski gave an indication that the Polish government could not justify voluntary cession of Danzig to their own people, and that therefore a fait accompli would make the solution easier to them. The Führer is pondering the solution to the Danzig question. He wants to try some pressure on Poland and hopes it will respond, but we will have to bite the bullet and guarantee Poland's borders. Ambassador Lipski handed me a memorandum by the Polish government, which I read through in his presence. I told the ambassador that in my personal opinion, the Polish viewpoint could not form the basis of a German-Polish solution. The sole solution of the problem could only be the reincorporation of Danzig in the German Reich and the creation of an extraterritorial road and rail link between the Reich and East Prussia. In this connection, I referred Ambassador Lipski to reports of Polish troop concentrations and warned him of possible consequences. The event seemed a strange answer to my recent offer of a final settlement of German-Polish relations. I then put it to the ambassador whether, as soon as the situation had calmed down somewhat, the Polish government would not again consider the German proposal, so a solution might be arrived at on the basis proposed by us. Ambassador Lipski stated that Foreign Minister Beck would gladly come to Berlin in accordance with our suggestion, but it seemed to him advisable that the questions should have been suitably prepared from the diplomatic angle beforehand. At the close of our conversation, I left Ambassador Lipski in no doubt that, in my view, the Polish proposals could not be regarded by the Führer as satisfactory. Only the definite reincorporation of Danzig, an extraterritorial link with East Prussia, a 25-year non-aggression treaty with frontier guarantees, and cooperation in the Slovak question could, in the German view, lead to a final settlement. I have the impression that Poland's compromise proposal might not represent the Polish government's last word. The foreign minister told the Polish ambassador that the Polish offer was very unsatisfactory and reserved his answer until after consultation with the Führer. At present, it is not expected that this answer will be forthcoming very quickly. The Germans view our relations with France rather calmly and would most probably countenance the establishment of closer London-Warsaw relations, whereas they would view any ties between Warsaw and Moscow as an overly direct threat. Of course, our position is not a refusal of closer ties with France and England, but it is an attempt to draw attention to the specific situation of Poland, which is without a doubt threatened militarily to a greater extent than France, and even more so than Russia or England. As to the matter of Danzig, which has now once again come to the fore, it remains unchanged. In exchange for resolving the Danzig difficulties and the issue of the motorway across Polish Pomerania, the Germans promised great benefits in a common anti-Russian policy, with recognition for the priority of Polish interests in Ukrainian matters. So far, both sides are keeping to their positions. Our military directives activating a couple of divisions made it clear to the Germans that we will defend our Danzig rights. There are no signs that this might lead to a direct short circuit. Rather, it should be expected that the Germans will attempt to soften us up by striking in other areas, Eastern Galicia, minority affairs, etc. It rather seems as if the Polish-German contest has once again misfired, and the game will most probably be put off. Polish attitude still doubtful. Poland's military and moral preparedness for war continues to be the main theme of press and public utterances. The Daily Telegraph's correspondent in Warsaw states that the German ambassador visited Foreign Minister Beck, and it is understood that he received from him an assurance that Poland had no intention of departing from the principles of the 10-year non-aggression pact signed in 1934. This was interpreted in some quarters as meaning that Poland will not join an anti-German coalition. Poland begins talks with Germans. Anti-aggression bloc hangs in the balance. Poland, reluctant to join Britain and France in a bloc against Germany, has started talks with the Germans to settle the future status of Danzig, it was learned last night. These conversations, it was understood, were intended by Warsaw and Berlin to attempt satisfaction for Germany's desire for greater authority over the Free City and at the same time guarantee Poland's economic interests there. On 28 March, Mr. Arciszewski inferred that Berlin had put forward no definite desiderata. He now admits that 3 very positive desiderata have been communicated within the last fortnight. Beck is evidently on the fence. German-Polish pact looms. Agreement on Danzig seen in assurances Hitler wants peace. Foreign diplomatic circles expressed the belief that Poland and Germany might reach an agreement over Danzig, following German assurances that Hitler wished peace with his country. Hitler was said to have indicated to Poland that he wanted complete annexation of Danzig, a German-controlled motor road connecting Germany with East Prussia across the Polish corridor, and a broad economic understanding with Warsaw. It was believed, however, that Hitler may have circulated these maximum demands in order to later compromise for less. A German-Polish deal would, in the long run, be highly disadvantageous to us. It would defeat the policy of forming a bloc against Germany. We are encouraging Poland to resist German demands, and in view of the importance to Poland, as much psychological as material, of the status of the Free City, we may be forced to support Polish rights in Danzig. The Minister of Health said that the upshot of the advice of the Chiefs of Staff was that it was better to fight with Poland as an ally than without. He thought, therefore, we ought to take steps to ensure that Poland did resist Germany. During Ambassador Kennard's discussion with Minister Beck, Mr. Henke came in with an additional instruction from the British government to the ambassador to ask the Polish government whether it had any objection to a declaration of the British government to guarantee Poland in case of aggression or a threat to its independence. Mr. Chamberlain plans to make a declaration in this vein to the House of Commons the following day. Mr. Beck took note of the above without raising any objection. A few days later, Clifford Norton told me that Kennard was surprised at the speed with which Beck expressed his consent to the received proposal. For Beck, the message was an indicator of a change in British foreign policy towards Central and Eastern Europe, which he had been expecting and striving for so many years. Beck always believed that the timing of the rapprochement between Britain and Poland would belong only to Britain. That moment had come, and this explains the speed of Beck's decision to accept the proposals given by Kennard. After Kennard left, Beck began to consider what final form the future Polish-British agreement might take. A unilateral guarantee did not suit him. A unilateral guarantee can just as easily be withdrawn unilaterally as it was given. He also believed that the term guarantee was an unpleasant sound for every Pole. Beck went to the castle where he spoke to the president, suggesting to transform the unilateral guarantee into a bilateral alliance. Moshicki did not want to make a decision and wanted time for reflection. He feared the final deterioration of relations with Germany. In the event of any action which clearly threatened Polish independence, in which the Polish government accordingly considered it vital to resist with their national forces, His Majesty's government would feel themselves bound at once to lend the Polish government all support in their power. They have given the Polish government an assurance to this effect. The British felt that if the crisis was coming, it had better come now. In light of recent press comments on the subject of the Prime Minister's declaration yesterday, I intervened with Undersecretary Sargent, to whom I said what follows. Poland greeted the declaration as a far-reaching and positive act. At the same time, however, I must stress that given certain expressions which are indicative of its collective origin and heterogeneous character, the declaration does not rule out the possibility of an interpretation threatening to make it worthless, if not downright harmful. The seriousness of the present situation does not in the least lay in the existence between Poland and Germany of important problems requiring resolution through negotiations. The British side's present stress on the desirability of Polish-German negotiations reflects a poor understanding of the factual situation. Moreover, it is precisely in the interest of maintaining proper Polish-German relations for the English government to refrain, as it offers us its possible assistance, from calling upon us to negotiate. Sargent replied with a solemn assurance of the good intentions of the British government. Ex-Premier of Poland commits suicide. Valery Slavik, twice Premier and close collaborator of the late Marshal Pilsudski, died today of a self-inflicted pistol wound. Slavik shot himself at his home last night. Police said that he killed himself because of personal matters. According to reports here, the decisions in London seems to have been made very hurriedly. I learned from circles in close contact with the British Embassy here that the news of such far-reaching assurances to Poland came as a complete surprise, even to Kennard, the British ambassador. Hitler is Austria's revenge for Königgrätz. He will never win this war. I don't believe, Beck continued, that Germany and Russia could enter into a lasting agreement, but the world is shaking, and our ancestors were not very foresighted when they settled along the banks of the Vistula. Polish foreign policy is impossibly difficult. I am going to London to preserve peace. However, if there is to be war, we must at least survive it in decent company, where a given word still means something. I will try to obtain the best possible guarantees from the British. But it must be an alliance, not just a guarantee. An alliance is more lasting and binding than a guarantee, which can just as easily be renounced as it was given. Lipsky, in conversation with Beck, pointed to the rising war sentiments in Germany. He suggested with some emphasis that any more binding agreements with the British should be kept secret, and their assumptions adopted to the Polish-French alliance, which would make them easier for Berlin to accept. Already in this conversation held at the Berlin railway station, the word encirclement was mentioned. Lipsky feared it might soon become part of German propaganda vocabulary. The train was about to depart. Beck said a warm farewell to the ambassador, whose last words returned to need for the secrecy of the agreements. The conference, which Minister Beck is attending in London, concerns not only the proposed Anglo-Polish alliance, but also the position of this alliance within the network of alliances that England is planning. The Prime Minister said that the interests of Poland and Great Britain were the same, neither wanted war, or to impose unreasonable restrictions on Germany. He agreed that the gravest matters were at stake. It was essential that they should not find themselves left with the worst of both worlds, namely to find that they had provoked Germany without providing themselves with effective defense. The Prime Minister asked whether any discussions were at present going on between Poland and Germany about Danzig. Beck replied that no negotiations were in progress, but that conversations about Danzig had been going on for some time. Ambassador Rosinski was questioned as to whether there had been any recent negotiations with Germany. He gave an assurance that there had been none. The German government had never put forward any definite demands, either as regards the corridor or Danzig. The most that could be said was that there had been occasional feelers. Minister Beck points out that German economic plans could be far-reaching, but on the other hand, he doesn't want to forejudge on the danger of German political action beyond German frontiers. From that point of view, it is interesting that in Slovakia, the German action was very prudent and even hesitant. For the time being, it seems to him that economic pressure is more probable than political action. The Prime Minister said that it would be unsatisfactory for His Majesty's government to publish a declaration in which on the British side there should be no reservation, while on the Polish side there should be a reservation. Mr. Beck suggested that it might perhaps be said that the two countries had agreed to consult together whenever there was a threat directed against either of the two countries which might involve them in war. The Prime Minister said that he did not much like talking about consultations. Democratic governments were always being mocked because they could not promise anything more definite than consultations. Mr. Beck replied that he would not press the point. He was merely trying to find a formula. It was agreed that the two countries were prepared to enter into an agreement of a permanent and reciprocal character to replace the present temporary and unilateral assurance given by His Majesty's government to the Polish government on the 31st of March. Pending the completion of the permanent agreement, Mr. Beck gave His Majesty's government an assurance that the Polish government would consider themselves under an obligation to render assistance to His Majesty's government under the same conditions as those contained in the temporary assurance already given by His Majesty's government to Poland. Like the temporary assurance, the permanent agreement would not be directed against any other country, but would be designed to assure Great Britain and Poland of mutual assistance in the event of any threat, direct or indirect, to the independence of either. Today I have agreed with the British government on a provisional agreement having the character of an alliance based on reciprocity. Leaving Warsaw, Beck had authorization from President Mościcki and Marshal Rydz-Śmigły to only conclude a secret agreement. Mościcki was especially against an open alliance. However, Beck said, the desire for cooperation with Poland on the part of the British was so clear that he deemed it advisable for the interests of Poland to exceed his instructions. Beck's visit to London was an event of great importance. It marked the practical inauguration of the so-called peace front. It represented for Poland the starting point of a reversal of alliances. A large crowd greeted Beck to express joy at the concluded agreement. Poznan literally thronged with cheers. The station was overcrowded, and the minister's compartment quickly filled with bunches of flowers. Significant was the cry of some older citizen. Let the memory of 20 years ago, when France and England, with the significant help of the United States, brought down Wilhelmina, Germany. Now there is a coalition against the new Germany, which will also be defeated. The reaction of the people in Warsaw was more restrained than in Poznan, but they still showed up in large numbers. While I was in Poland, nobody spoke to me of war, apart from a Polish general who remarked with a smile, "We will soon have to fight." In Paris, the French government reasons with Beck's cautiousness, however, they fail to take into account the excitement of the Polish people, cheering upon his return from London, a previously unpopular minister, derided and criticized, now suddenly promoted to popularity because British guarantees appeared to make him warlike. I talked to the Polish ambassador. He says that they would accept the Autobahn to East Prussia, but they would not accept complete German rule over Danzig. They would instead accept a condominium. True it was that in the old days, Beck had been obliged to adopt a pendulum policy. All that was now over. He would now fight. The fact that Hitler did not instantly strike out against Poland on the heels of Chamberlain's declaration suggests to my mind that Hitler may have adopted alternative tactics aimed at inspiring relaxation amongst the political circles throughout Europe. The military authorities here, typifying the feelings of the Polish government, would sooner lay Danzig in ruins than to permit its seizure and militarization by Germany. The Poles have a much lower opinion of the German army than we have. Many of them think a war is inevitable and that it is better to have it now and get it over with. They state their belief that the situation in Germany is favorable to Poland now and may not be later. The grounds for this belief are not apparent, nor could the Poles explain them. The question that will be posed to Germany, war or peace? The Polish ambassador can no longer contain his impatience. His country has been preparing for war ever since Beck received guarantees from the British, which also seem to imply the support of France. He accuses us of cunning and reproaches us for evading. He almost insulted Bonnet. Minister Arciszewski said that everything was lost. The recklessness of our military, domestic, economic, and foreign policies are to blame. The Army should never have been allowed to go to war, given its insufficient, or rather, complete lack of preparation. Pavel Starzensky and I discussed our foreign policy and looked for mistakes that could have caused the current disaster. The conclusion was that the assessment of our military strength was incorrect. We were conducting power politics when we were not a power. Beck pursued a policy in which the armaments, the economic resources, and the internal strength of the state was not up to the task. Beck had miscalculated. I recall that when he decided to go to war in case of a unilateral German decision in Danzig, he gathered the highest authorities of the ministry and informed us about it. Before the Castle Conference, where he informed the President, Prime Minister Kwiatkowski and Marshal Ridge-Smigli of this decision, he had asked the Marshal if it was possible to pursue such a policy, who would have had to express an opinion to say that it was possible. If Beck did not believe in the strength of our army, he would not have made this decision. Minister Arciszewski said that Beck had carried out this whole policy under pressure from military leaders. His answer to Hitler on the 5th of May, when he had been forced to represent a policy not of his own, and the enthusiasm which his speech aroused in the public, had only filled him with bitterness. The next day, in a fit of rage, Beck tossed a whole heap of congratulatory letters into a corner.
My w Polsce nie znamy pojęcia pokoju za wszelką cenę.
General Litwinowicz told me that if Hitler decides on war, he will lose it. If he does not, then he has already lost it. The most favorable moment for him was in March, when our preparations were not ready and commitments from the British and French were uncertain. The first phase of the war may be very hard for us, but there can be no doubt about our victory.
Jest jedna tylko rzecz w życiu ludzi, narodów i państw, która jest bezcenna. Tą rzeczą jest honor.
So, what I want to know is, how did we get from the one case of affairs to the other case of affairs.
Do you mean, how did the war start?
Yeah.
Hitler made a mistake in not settling the Danzig and corridor question before he ate Czechoslovakia. He could have gotten away with it easily then. Now, with our pledge, the Poles are turning nasty about it. The Anglo-Polish alliance is regarded here as one of the cornerstones of European security. As to this, it is only fair to add that there has been a certain fear in many quarters lest Poland should be dragged into quarreling with Germany when it was not in her true interest to do so. But if isolation is impossible for Britain, it is even more dangerous for Poland, and the net reaction of public opinion has been one of very real satisfaction. You said the other day that you wanted to gain time because every month gave us 600 more airplanes. By delaying, we gain 600 airplanes a month. We also perhaps consolidate British opinion and protect ourselves from any charge of warmongering. The fact that Hitler did not instantly strike out against Poland on the heels of Chamberlain's declaration suggests to my mind that Hitler may have adopted alternative tactics aimed at inspiring relaxation amongst the political circles throughout Europe. On the German side, there is still hope of reaching an amicable agreement with Poland. There seem to be considerations for resuming contacts and exchanges of views. Regarding the specific issue of Danzig, the German press has so far refrained from addressing it head-on. The problem has not been presented to public opinion. The Führer's prestige with his people is therefore not yet at stake. His freedom of maneuver remains intact. In any case, one thing seems undeniable. Before resorting to measures that could provoke an armed conflict with Poland, Germany does not want to neglect any means of resolving its disputes with Poland through the method that has so far served the Chancellor well, namely without war. While I was in Poland, nobody spoke to me of war, apart from a Polish general who remarked with a smile, "We will soon have to fight." In Paris, the French government reasons with Beck's cautiousness, however. They fail to take into account the excitement of the Polish people, cheering upon his return from London, a previously unpopular minister, derided and criticized, now suddenly promoted to popularity because British guarantees appeared to make him warlike. The Foreign Secretary reported that he had now received a telegram from Berlin in regard to relations between Germany and Poland. The upshot of the report was that Herr Hitler was now dealing with these negotiations himself, but that not much progress was being made. This was attributed to the fact that the Poles were adopting a more intractable attitude since they had obtained our guarantee. The Polish government cannot consent that the enjoyment of their fundamental rights should be under the control of a third party, nor cannot the Polish government accept any unilateral decisions in regard to the Danzig question. In view of indications of increasing Polish intransigence since conclusion of the Anglo-Polish Guarantee Agreement, the British ambassador to Poland has been instructed to bring to Beck's attention that because of the British guarantee of Poland, Great Britain expects Poland to approach the problem of Danzig in a reasonable manner and to keep this government fully informed of developments. From the obligation now assumed by the Polish government, it appears that, in the event of a possible Anglo-German conflict, Poland intends to intervene with an attack on Germany, even should this conflict not affect Poland or her interests. I considered it necessary to make it clear to the government of Poland that just as they desire access to the sea, so Germany needs access to East Prussia. These are both difficult problems. It was not Germany that created them, but rather the men of Versailles, who either in their maliciousness or their thoughtlessness placed powder kegs with lighted fuses all around Europe. Consequently, I submitted the following proposal to the Polish government. Danzig returns to Germany. Germany receives a railway line through the corridor at her own expense. In return, Germany is prepared to recognize all Polish economic rights in Danzig, ensure for Poland a free harbor in Danzig of any size desired, to accept the frontiers between Germany and Poland as final, conclude a 25-year non-aggression treaty with Poland, a treaty, therefore, which would extend beyond my own lifetime, and a joint German-Polish-Hungarian guarantee of Slovakia. The Polish government rejected this offer and have only declared that they are prepared to negotiate on the question of a substitute for the League of Nations Commissioner and to consider facilities for transit traffic through the corridor. I can now see no alternative between early war upon a false issue or the abandonment of the whole of Europe to German domination. The Foreign Secretary thought that it would be dangerous to allow ourselves to get into a position in which the issue of war or peace depended solely on the judgment of the Polish government. On the other hand, it was of the utmost importance that no action or words of ours should suggest that we were trying to wiggle out from the commitments which we had given. Lord Perth had told him that Hitler's offer was one which, if it had been made 10 years ago, would willingly have been accepted by Poland. We have at last succeeded in worming the facts out of the Poles. They have all along shown a remarkable disinclination to tell us the truth. Right up to April 20th, Ambassador Radzynski continued to deny all knowledge of the negotiations with Germany. He may well have not been informed by Warsaw of what was going on. Beck and Arszewski, however, cannot be acquitted. The latter in particular deliberately misled Sir Kennard on the 28th of March, 2 days after the receipt of the German proposals, when he gave it to be understood that no proposals had been made at all. Beck was equally misleading in what he said to us in London, for he still gave the impression that there merely had been an informal exchange of ideas instead of definite proposals and counter-proposals. Even when he professed to give Sir Kennard an honest explanation on the 23rd of April, he still only told part of the truth, making no mention of the proposed 25-year frontier guarantee or the tripartite guarantee of Slovakia. At the time of our guarantee of the 31st of March, our information was based on what Mr. Arszewski had told Sir Kennard on the 29th of March. We had no knowledge of the concessions that accompanied the desiderata. Ribbentrop asked me yesterday whether Beck had informed His Majesty's government when he was in London of the German proposals. I was obliged to say that I honestly did not know, to which Ribbentrop replied that his information was to the effect that he did not. I am appalled at our fate being in the hands of the Poles. Personally, I am inclined to believe that Hitler, as the Italian ambassador tells me, regards time to be on his side and would prefer to play a waiting game. If the Poles believe that such is Hitler's intention, it is they who will seek to precipitate an incident. As early as 4th May, the London Times bluntly stated that Danzig was not worth a war. One of the leading foreign correspondents in Warsaw informed me that London had telephoned him several times asking why the Poles had refused what seemed like reasonable proposals, and at the same time adding that in British political circles there was considerable anxiety and bewilderment. The British ambassador informed me, quite confidentially, that he received a message today from the British ambassador in Berlin. He notes that the whole world is waiting for Beck to speak, and what he says will determine war or peace, while reserving the point that he is very far from wanting to meddle in our affairs or to submit any suggestions. Kennard noted that he hoped that the minister's speech would not close the door to the possibility of some détente.
My w Polsce nie znamy pojęcia pokoju za wszelką cenę. Jest jedna tylko rzecz w życiu ludzi, narodów i państw, która jest bezcenna. Tą rzeczą jest honor.
On May 5th, I was sitting in a French hotel lobby, trying to tune the radio to Warsaw to listen to Beck's speech. Nothing came of it, but the hotel boy started bringing yellow sheets from Havas News Agency. I began reading them. The porter stood next to me and said, "It is war then." When he had read the whole thing, he added, "It is a beautiful speech from your minister." All the French newspapers assessed this speech rather favorably. That was the first reaction. Then with Gallic speed came the second reaction, when everyone began to think like the hotel porter. This means war. I met Leon Blum's brother. He described Beck's speech as a masterpiece of oratory, especially pleasant if compared to Hitler's tedious and irritating tirades. But he was impressed by the assumption that war was still avoidable and negotiations for peace were possible. In any case, you will compromise, won't you? Peace must be saved. I lingered on this conversation because everyone thought and spoke this way. Hotel porters, chauffeurs, shopkeepers, waiters, newspaper vendors, literally everyone without exception. My impressions were confirmed at our embassy in Paris, where I soon went. Letters from Minister Beck. The whole nation is grateful for the firm response of the minister. On behalf of the entire society of Radomsko, I express to the minister assurances that the people of Radomsko are ready at any moment to go to battle for the honor of the Republic. The brilliant foreign policy of our state has forced the nations of the world to recognize the great power status of Poland. The agreement with Lithuania and the annexation of Zaolzie are two great victories that Polish history can boast of. And you, Minister Beck, wrote these pages of history together with the whole nation. Today, at the hour of decisive confrontation with Germany, we express of our readiness to defend Polish rights, fully conforming with the position you have taken regarding German claims. Deeply moved by your speech, Minister, we fully stand in solidarity with every word. We declare the purchase of 2 heavy machine guns for the National Defense Fund. Kenner did not seem entirely satisfied with the course of events which had taken place as a result of the British move, and had to admit in the end that Beck's remark about the pointlessness of the German frontier guarantee would not have been conceivable before the Anglo-Polish agreement had been concluded. I have no doubt that if the Polish government wished to establish that there was clearly a threat, they would naturally consult with His Majesty's government and would do so before taking any irrevocable action. If the Polish government fear that some immediate threat may develop requiring instantaneous counteraction on their part, for which there would be no time for consultation, I think they should inform us now of the manner in which they think such a threat might develop and of the steps which they would contemplate to counter it. It is essential that I should have some indication of the Polish attitude in the event of such a situation arising, which would be intermediate between a mere expression by Danzig of a desire for union with Germany and a German military occupation. Please discuss with Beck and elicit his views as soon as possible. I put these considerations before Beck today. He said if Danzig, as a result of any desire to obtain union with Germany, took any action against Polish interests or persons, the Polish government would react in an energetic manner. Beck had told the German ambassador in March that any unilateral action by Danzig would lead to an appropriate reaction on the part of the Polish government. Precipitate reaction by Poland would likely render war inevitable. Full-scale hostilities could be suspended, if only for a period. Knowledge that Britain, France, and, as we hope, Russia are behind Poland might yet induce Germany to consider reasonable settlement. If, for instance, Danzig voted for union with the Reich and were able to make a display of force without actually resorting to violence, I should hope it might be possible for the Polish government to hold their hand, to give us time to make it clear to the German government that we should be behind Poland in resisting any forcible or unilateral solution. This warning might be accompanied by certain military measures on our part. On further consideration, I feel it would be very desirable that you should have another talk with Beck on the above lines, urging the necessity of consultation before taking irrevocable action in doubtful cases where Poland might be maneuvered into the position of initiating the use of force against Danzig. His Majesty's government expressed the hope that in the event of the Danzig government making a display of force without actively resorting to violence, the Polish government might be able to hold their hand to give time for His Majesty's government to make it clear to the German government that Poland would be supported in resisting unilateral solution. Beck agreed and asked for information in regards to the preparatory military measures. He considered that such measures should reassure Polish public opinion and remove any doubt that the diplomatic intervention of His Majesty's government could end in proposing a compromise unacceptable to Poland. Kasprzycki showed me the text of the protocol which summarized the results of the talks between him and Gamelin. It contained a statement that, in case of war between Poland and Germany, the French armed forces would, from the 15th day after mobilization was announced, begin an offensive against Germany by means of its main striking forces. It was agreed to conclude a German-Italian treaty of alliance immediately. The Italian foreign minister stated that Italy wished to have as long a period of peace as possible. Above all, Italy wished, if possible, to avoid war during the next 3 years. The Reich foreign minister informed Count Ciano that this Italian attitude coincided with the German view also. Should the security or other vital interests of one of the contracting parties be threatened from outside, The other contracting party will afford the threatened party its full political and diplomatic support in order to remove this threat. General Litwinowicz told me that if Hitler decides on war, he will lose it. If he does not, then he has already lost it. The most favorable moment for him was in March when our preparations were not ready and commitments from the British and French were uncertain. The first phase of the war may be very hard for us, but there can be no doubt about our victory. The Poles have a much lower opinion of the German army than we have. Many of them think a war is inevitable and that it is better to have it now and get it over with. They state their belief that the situation in Germany is favorable to Poland now and may not be later. The grounds for this belief are not apparent, nor could the Poles explain them. My French colleague said he had heard it was being advocated in military circles that it was essential for Poland to go to war now, while the German army had not reached its full potential, owing to a shortage of officers, and while Britain and France might still be expected to give Poland their full support, rather than to wait 6 months, for instance, until the German army had attained maximum potential and Britain and France had distanced themselves. The Poles have not considered what action they would take if the Germans staged their main attack in the West. They have no plans prepared for this and merely suggest that it will be easier for them to pass to the offensive in the most suitable direction. When asked in which direction, they could only reply that it depended on the situation at the time. In other words, they have no offensive plan and treat the situation just the same as where the main German blow is on the east, when they decide on the local counteroffensive according to the situation. East Prussia is always in their mind as an objective of first importance. Pollici suggested that Poland could not count on effective assistance from England and France. I replied that Poland primarily relies on its own strength. I do not know if we will be helped, but I do know that a war over Danzig could no longer be localized and that Germany would risk losing East Prussia. The Poles expect the war to come in the autumn. They expect to be able to take local offensives with their cavalry and motorized brigade against columns of German motorized troops who will find themselves unable to advance due to demolition of the main roads and the inability of country roads to carry the motor vehicles in large numbers. They also have the conception of a strategic counterattack into East Prussia, which they categorically state will be the first object of their attack. With a certain contempt, Ambassador Kennedy spoke about optimists who believed that Germany could be easily or quickly overpowered, or who speculated on a coup in Germany. In general, we are of the opinion that the Poles tend to underrate the German strength and overrate their own. Talks were initiated between England and France with the Soviet government, and on his way to Moscow, William Strang from the British Foreign Office stopped by with us. The purpose of his visit was obvious. The agreement between us and England was only a prelude to a further, broader understanding in which the Soviets were to play a significant role. Beck was skeptical about the possibility of achieving positive results during the talks in Moscow. It is certain that the Poles feared the Russians even more than they feared the Germans. If we had told them that we agreed that Russian armies should be allowed to come into eastern Poland, there is little doubt that they would have preferred to do a deal with the Germans themselves. If Poland had, in fact, repudiated our guarantee and relied on her existing treaty of friendship with Germany, Hitler would have proceeded to make good his whole position in Southeast Europe and the Balkans. He could then have either attacked the West or attacked the USSR with the help of Poland and Romania, in the knowledge that it would not require much strength to ward off the French and British. Then, after the conquest of Russia, he could no doubt have proposed peace on terms favoring German hegemony on the continent. But to say the war was useless or evitable, as some now pretend, is a dangerous illusion. Can the Germans secure their famous Lebensraum by methods which fall short of war? I have always thought that they could, and in the long run, the great German Reich might conceivably exist in autarkic and isolated bliss. I should have thought that our great object was to get the two-way guarantee with Poland. I myself think that if attained, it would lead to war, but to a war for which the nation is ready and we should probably win. In pursuit of this object, we should use all possible pressure, including threats. According to Pataki, the atmosphere prevailing in Poland by comparison to the war psychosis in the West is one that makes our country look like a retirement home. For example, while he was sailing from America to Europe, there had been the rumor that a coup had taken place in Danzig. In America, there are all kinds of elements clearly pushing for war. The press, the big capitalists, the arms industry. They all found an excellent situation, a tension spot in Danzig, and a nation that wants to fight, Poland. They want to do business at our expense. The destruction of our country would be meaningless to them. On the contrary, they could only profit from it. This inflammatory campaign reached its peak in the early days of July, when United Press reports from Warsaw regarding a Danzig Polish crisis, German ultimatums, etc., provoked a regular feeling of panic and crisis in London. There have been repeated rumors of a possible coup in Danzig by the Defense Corps. Chamberlain did not say specifically that Britain would defend Danzig in case of an internal coup, rather than outside aggression from Germany, but the government has indicated in the past that if Poland resists a coup, Britain will come to the rescue. Meanwhile, diplomatic quarters receive reports today that Poland might not only protest against alleged military activities. According to the United Press, Poland, in a note to the Danzig Senate, might not only protest against alleged military activities, but would intimate that unless the activities were halted, Poland would intervene and halt them. It was believed here that a firmer Polish attitude was now more feasible because the British and French governments were understood to have given Poland 100% assurances of support if Poland felt obliged to act. It is important to emphasize that the unrest reported in Danzig has been considerably exaggerated by the concerns of interested propaganda and never exhibited the character of organized preparation of violent action. These intrigues and crises had a direct effect, inasmuch as they compelled Chamberlain to declare, in ever more precise terms, that any change in the status quo in Danzig would constitute a casus foederis for Britain. We have guaranteed to give our assistance to Poland in the case of a clear threat to her independence, which she considers it vital to resist with her national forces, and we are firmly resolved to carry out this undertaking. No longer any doubt, Mr. Chamberlain's statement on Danzig was approved by members of all parties, states the diplomatic correspondent of the Times. All felt that there was no longer any doubt about the way in which Britain would react to any German attempt to alter the status of Danzig by unilateral action, whatever the method employed. The embassy soon traced the crisis mongers. They were American circles working through the American embassy in Warsaw. Ambassador Biddle tells me that this information was given to him by a German journalist who has connections with American press agency in Berlin and has on previous occasions been reliable. Biddle passed it on to his government and the American ambassador in London for what it was worth. This was the first but a very distinct sign that Roosevelt was interested in an aggravation of the situation, or in war, in order to secure first the repeal of the Neutrality Law and then his re-election thanks to the war. Roosevelt defeat. Beaten by one vote in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, President Roosevelt tonight insisted that Congress remain in session until the new neutrality legislation, lifting the arms embargo, was enacted. It is a pity that the Republicans and some weak-kneed Democrats have made it impossible to pass the neutrality bill at this session. In any event, the responsibility is definitely pinned on them, and I feel with you and the British government that the delay has given comfort to the aggressor nations. You said the other day that you wanted to gain time because every month gave us 600 more airplanes. By delaying, we gain 600 airplanes a month. We also perhaps consolidate British opinion and protect ourselves from any charge of warmongering. The Poles have a plan for dealing with Danzig, but they won't divulge it. I and a French general are to go and deal directly with Rid Smigli and find out what it is. British general flies to Poland for war talks. Ironside recently became the first British Inspector General of Overseas Forces since the World War. Accompanied by Colonel B.J. Kwieciński, military attaché of the Polish embassy, he intends to remain in Warsaw for a week, talking to Marshal Rid Smigli and other Polish military leaders. It was reported that in the event of war, Polish bombing planes might fly across Germany to France, dropping their bombs en route, refueling and reloading in France for the return flight. Similarly, French and British fleets could fly to Polish bases. General Carton de Wyatt met General Ironside last night. He gives great importance to Ironside's visit to Warsaw. The British have finally understood the situation, and Chamberlain is determined not to joke anymore. General Carton de Wyatt emphasized that General Ironside is destined to occupy a position similar to that of Lord Haig during the last war. General Ironside started the conference by giving Rydz-Śmigły an assurance that Poland could rely absolutely on Great Britain. Rydz-Śmigły was very pleased with these talks. We have come to the conclusion that their strengths and our strengths complement each other well. The most important thing is that in the event of war, they can help us intensively with aviation. Maybe by that time they will be able to send their planes here, which after bombing Germany will fly to Poland for refueling and rearming, and fly back. In any event, I am counting heavily on their air support in the West, which especially in the beginning will be the only help they can provide us. Beck said that both Rydz-Śmigły and the President were very pleased with the talks. This gave him great moral satisfaction, considering that he had exceeded his instructions during his stay in London. General Ironside's visit is giving the greatest satisfaction here, as is proved by the very full reports in all sections of the press, which attach to it great political significance. There is no doubt that Rydz-Śmigły and Beck have been much impressed. General Ironside has been cheered in the streets, and the President returned specially from the country for a few hours in order to entertain him at luncheon. Polish confidence in the determination of Great Britain and France wholeheartedly to support Poland has taken the sting out of the disappointment at the impasse reached in the financial negotiations. Lubienski told me that Beck was very interested in Ironside's statement that in the event of war, the entire British army would not be sent to France. Instead, large forces would be concentrated in Egypt. This was considered by us as confirmation of the sincere willingness of the British to come to our aid. Such were our thoughts, opinions, and hopes at the time. Forster appeared before me in full uniform with a white cap and white gloves. He solemnly declared to me, "I bring you the latest news from the Chancellor." His position regarding Danzig is the one he formulated in his Reichstag speech. It is unchanged. My Führer believes that everything must be resolved peacefully. It is not worth the trouble to risk a conflict over Danzig. The next morning I went to see Chodacki. He asked the question, which I had also been asking myself, what does this maneuver mean? Could it be a feint? Chodacki said, "It is a maneuver to separate us from our allies. We must be cautious." The tension relieved, and we moved on to other subjects, and recounted all the transgressions of the Danzigers towards the Polish minority. At that moment the telephone rang. He picked up the receiver, spoke a few words, and then slammed the receiver on the table. The atmosphere had completely changed. "No, no, no, I will not concede. I shall concede nothing. They shall have what they deserve. With these people there is only one thing: war. They have just murdered a loyal border guard before the eyes of his wife." And so our meeting ended. The League of Nations commissioner reported that he had succeeded in inducing the Polish commissioner to agree to give notice of the passage of troop trains through Danzig. Even this concession had been qualified by a remark from Mr. Chodacki to the effect that, since the Poles had promised to give due notice, they could, by breaking their promise and sending a train through Danzig without warning, precipitate matters whenever they wished to do so. The conversation was, however, proceeding in a promising manner when Chodacki learned by telephone of the shooting of the Polish frontier guard near Postilo. He slammed down the telephone saying, "That is the end. This means war," and was calmed with difficulty by Dr. Burkhardt. It is clear that Dr. Burkhardt's task in trying to restore an atmosphere conducive to negotiation between two such violent personalities is no light one. He is impressed by the danger that might arise from a conviction on the part of the Poles that they will never be so well supported as now, and on the other hand, the bellicose character of the Gauleiter, even though he may have received definite instructions to proceed carefully. The French plan is purely defensive. They have lied to the Poles in saying that they are going to attack Germany in the West. Mr. Chamberlain's latest statement to the House of Commons has been commented favorably in Poland. One newspaper pointing out that it shows the German attempts to drive a wedge into the peace front have hitherto utterly failed, as Mr. Chamberlain has shown again that England stands firm on the basis he explained on July 10th. The Polish government has just taken measures of economic reprisal, which may have grave consequences. Poles have withdrawn inspector from a large margarine factory and will not recognize certificates of origin for its products issued in Danzig. This will have the effect of subjecting product to a higher rate of duty and making export to Poland impossible. Poles have also stopped the import of herrings caught by Danzig boats. The Gazeta Polska's careful summary of the steady militarization of Danzig was being much discussed in London yesterday. It was realized that the semi-official Polish newspaper would scarcely have given such full details unless the Polish government were taking an increasingly serious view of events and tendencies in Danzig. Last night, it was learned that in all probability Warsaw would send a sharp protest to the Danzig Senate within the next few days. Mr. Arkaszewski was naturally not very explicit concerning the tactics which his government might adopt, but in all probability, the Polish government has chosen not to remain passive in the face of German actions in the Free City. The Polish ambassador called on me at his request. Ambassador Rosinski said he had just learnt from Warsaw that the Polish government had now prepared their observations upon our proposals for formulating the Anglo-Polish agreement. The original intention had been to send him instructions to discuss the matter with me before the end of the week, but he now proposed to fly to Warsaw tomorrow and see Colonel Beck. His government attached importance to handling this matter quickly. Ambassador Rosinski said that his government had not hitherto treated this matter as one of great urgency, as they had understood that we might prefer to proceed further with our negotiations at Moscow before finally settling the terms of the Anglo-Polish agreement. They did not think, however, that there was any longer any need for delay, and Ambassador Rosinski expressed the hope that we should agree that there was nothing in the Moscow negotiations which need hold up the Anglo-Polish agreement. I replied that we saw no objection to an early settlement. Ambassador Rosinski felt that the time has now come to show some firmness, since both restraint and firmness were necessary in the present situation. He could not help but think that the question of the Polish customs inspectors in Danzig might provide an opportunity for a display of firmness. I made it clear to the ambassador that we should hope to be informed of any action which the Polish government might contemplate, and pointed out that although firmness might be necessary, it should, in our view, be allied to restraint. The unknown factor today was whether or not the British, having placed the pistol in the hands of Poland, could prevail upon her not to fire. I question whether Beck could save face, even if he wanted to, without being overthrown or assassinated. The question that will be posed to Germany, war or peace? The Polish commissioner to Danzig telephoned the president of the Senate at 1 o'clock in the morning, and half an hour later sent him an ultimatum. That same morning he had risked a panic by sending away women and children, and at the same time the Polish press had talked of bombing Danzig. England, France, and America will follow us. We cannot take the Czech example of surrender. We cannot cut and run. A nation can physically die, but its spirit will live on. This is our only chance. This is why we shall have war. We will follow your lead with confidence, knowing that you will lead us to victory. Speech of the President of the city of Krakow, honoring the Marshal of Poland. An indescribable enthusiasm erupted the moment the words of the Supreme Leader fell. There is no doubt that we will repel by all means any attempt at direct or indirect damage or violation of our interests, rights, and dignity. After Rid Smigli's speech yesterday, thousands of Poles joined in, shouting, "We demand Danzig!" Guns which stand guard over Poland's honor are trained on Danzig. If the Danzig authorities intend to face Poland with a fait accompli, these guns will roar. Assistant Polish Commissioner General said to the League of Nations Commissioner that this latest move would test the German attitude and also that of Poland's allies. Dr. Burkhardt begged Mr. Perkowski to realize that Poles were playing this dangerous game, not merely with Danzig, but with the whole of Europe. In addition to Marshal Rid Smigli's speech, the French press publishes a statement from Minister Beck. The minister stated above all that Poland's military power is enormous. The Polish army is a powerful factor in international relations and makes its weight felt in the European situation. Anger, embarrassment, and falsifications, the reaction of the German press. The English press unanimously states that the Danzig Senate yielded under the pressure of the very firm stance taken by the Polish government. The world press, in commenting on this crisis, spread the news that Danzig and Germany had yielded to Polish pressure, the Polish ultimatum had a decisive impact on the development of subsequent events and the attitude of the German chancellor, who on Monday morning summoned the Gauleiter of Danzig. Mr. Forster reported that Hitler had reached the limits of his patience and demanded to know what had caused such a complete failure of his attempts to ease the tension towards the end of July. Forster, possibly echoing Hitler's views, was primarily concerned with the idea that the Polish ultimatum had perhaps arisen under pressure from London and Paris. Should the Polish government persist in maintaining these economic measures, the German government is of the opinion that in such state of affairs, Danzig would have no choice but to seek other opportunities of exporting and importing goods. The Polish government is obliged to warn the German government that in future, as hitherto, Poland will react to any attempt by the Danzig authorities which might tend to compromise the rights and interests which Poland possessed there by virtue of agreements, with the employment of means and measures as they alone shall think fit to adopt, and will consider any future intervention by the German government to the detriment of these rights and interests as an act of aggression. The German minority, a tool of the German Foreign Office. The existence of a Polish threat of economic measures from the 19th July onwards clearly made the atmosphere somewhat unfriendly. The League of Nations commissioner is greatly disappointed that efforts towards a détente have been definitely shattered by the Polish ultimatum of August 4th. He is distrustful of Beck and pessimistic about Polish intentions, which he considers unduly warlike. Józef Potocki said that it probably would have been preferable to have not published the provisional agreement with England before the speeches of Hitler and Beck. Unfortunately, these considerations are now in the past. The final agreement with England must be concluded as soon as possible. The fact that the Polish government did not inform the British and French governments of the terms of the note of 10th August further aggravated the situation, since Hitler felt that Poland was acting on her own, regardless of us. On 12th August, Hitler ordered the Wehrmacht to move up to the Polish border and set Saturday, 26th August as X-Day. Danzig could be slowly strangled and exposed to economic ruin, even famine. Danzig could be occupied by Poland without difficulty from the second half of September and definitely from the beginning of October onwards. The reconquest of the corridor in Danzig by Germany would naturally follow, but major military operations would no longer be possible at that time of the year. It would no longer be possible for Germany to employ the motorized forces which are required for a deep thrust into Poland. This would reduce Danzig to ruins. In reply to Ciano's question as to what solution the Führer envisaged, the latter replied that Poland must give up Danzig politically, but that her economic interests would naturally be safeguarded. He doubted whether Poland would be prepared to do this, as hitherto Poland had rejected Germany's proposals. Despite all the talk of a settlement, Poland remained adamant in its refusal to permit a one-sided German solution. A Polish spokesman in London said that before the Berchtesgaden conference, Poland had delivered an official memorandum to Italy, making its attitude plain. The Polish ambassador said to me that he could see no sign of compromise in either France or England. Indeed, such a policy would be impossible to pursue because Poland, whatever attitude might be taken by France or England, would fight. The Polish ambassador called this morning. He had little to offer other than to reiterate the belief of his government that German strength was overrated. German officers had insufficient training, the best generals had been liquidated, and the remaining generals were merely party hacks. The whole conversation represented a point of view of unreasoning optimism and still more unreasoning underrating of one's opponent that, if typical of Polish mentality in general, causes me to feel considerable foreboding. A long telegram came in from Anthony Biddle asking for authority to commence evacuating the families of the staff to Scandinavia at government expense. William Bullitt called up from Paris and told Summer Wells that from 2 or 3 sources he obtained the information that Friday the 25th was to be the day. The Germans and Russians have announced that they propose to sign a non-aggression pact, and that Ribbentrop is on his way to Moscow for that purpose. This smashes our peace front and makes our guarantee to Poland very questionable. If the president is contemplating any action for peace, it seems to me the place to work is on Beck in Poland. Joseph Kennedy had telephoned Sumner Welles to say that the British wanted one thing of us and one thing only, namely that we put pressure on the Poles. The British felt that they could not do anything of the sort given their obligations, but that the United States could. This idea received no attention from the President, the Secretary, or Sumner Welles. It should be noted here that although the contents of the secret protocol to the German-Soviet Treaty of Non-Aggression were known to the U.S. State Department, for unknown reasons they were not passed on to Warsaw. In view of the fact that we have pretty clear information that the German-Soviet Pact includes a secret arrangement to divide spheres of influence, I am not quite clear how we could word a strong message to Poland. It would have to begin, in view of the fact that your suicide is required, kindly oblige by, etc. The contracting parties will exchange complete and speedy information concerning any development which might threaten their independence, and in particular, concerning any development which threatened to call the said undertakings into operation. According to Biddle, Hitler is testing us. He absolutely wants to push us to our limits and wants us to strike first. If we remain firm, Hitler will back down. Biddle joined us for dinner at the U.S. Embassy. He emphasized that Poland is at the forefront of Europe and that England, France, and the United States consider our army as a sort of European force, which implies commitments from these states towards Poland. He pointed out that he collaborates every day, very actively with the American ambassadors of France and England, who have a lot of sympathy for Poland. Lord Halifax summoned me today at 2:30 to acquaint me with the British response to Hitler. He asked me not to telegraph its content, as he is communicating it to Beck through Kennard. As I feared, the response shows the hand of the appeasers, whose influence remains. Halifax asked me for my impression. I avoided answering, indicating that it would be given in Warsaw. I limited myself in pointing out that the term fundamental interests seems flexible to me. Halifax emphasized the necessity of not closing the door to direct negotiations in accordance with President Roosevelt's telegram. The point is to keep the negotiations within reasonable claims. I replied that it is difficult to reconcile this term with Hitler's disclosed demands. The Polish government is convinced that only boldness in military decisions and calmness in diplomatic talks can calm down the present situation. Our known and basic points in any possible agreement are not and will not be the subject of any compromise. The Polish government feel compelled to complete their military measures on account of the intentions towards Poland expressed in the communication made by the German Chancellor to the British ambassador. This means putting the divisions which have not yet been mobilized onto a war footing. I informed the British and French ambassadors that the proclamation of a state of war was not planned, and the measures that normally accompany mobilization will be limited. The two ambassadors listened with gravity. Kennard only remarked that the word mobilization would create the impression worldwide that we are going to war. Anglo-German discussions are still ongoing at this moment. London is awaiting Berlin's response. It would be extremely desirable that we do not announce mobilization before the delivery of this response. I informed Minister Beck of the reaction of the French and British ambassadors. He said that the mobilization orders cannot be rescinded, as they have already been given and apply automatically. I have just seen Minister Beck, to whom I strongly reproach for acting in a way that puts us in the presence of a fait accompli. I showed him the gravity of his actions. He apologized profusely but defended himself poorly. I managed to get him to make immediate contact with General Stashwitz in my presence and to ask him to delay, if possible, the posting of the mobilization orders. I was informed that they could only be delayed by a few hours. On the evening of the 28th of August, the British ambassador delivered a memorandum implying that Poland was prepared to enter into direct talks with Germany. Hitler accepted the proposal on the 29th and requested that a Polish plenipotentiary be sent to Berlin the next day. The short deadline had a purely military basis. Hitler had been advised by his generals not to delay X-Day beyond the 2nd of September due to the weather situation, the precondition for rapid operations being the use of the Luftwaffe. This gave Hitler only 4 days, and for this reason the Polish negotiator had to come at once. Hitler's reply to Chamberlain seems to indicate that he has gone some distance in keeping matters open for discussion, The president thinks it indicates that the Germans are scared. Frankly, Chamberlain is more worried about getting the Poles to be reasonable than the Germans. He feels there is a great body of public opinion in England, headed probably by Eden and Churchill, who will suggest to the Poles that they give up nothing and that they have Hitler on the run. This, of course, will mean war. Churchill has been telephoning daily, and this evening Lloyd George did also. Mr. Harcourt Johnstone came to see me representing the Liberal Party. All these men expressed the concern that Poland should not weaken or give in to force. There is no doubt that Danzig is suffering heavy losses by diminution of traffic. Every additional day of these conditions will strengthen the German argument that Danzig should be less exposed to Polish pressure and should enjoy Reich protection and assistance. I can only urge the importance of Poland accepting the proposal for direct negotiations, and thereby putting herself right in the eyes of the world. For my part, I believe that the Polish government should accept the appointment of a plenipotentiary. If the negotiation is to take place in Berlin, it would seem appropriate for Mr. Lipski to be in charge. Please communicate to Beck that a blank refusal to negotiate is likely to increase the German forces working for war and will enable Germany to place the onus of breakdown on Poland. I asked Beck what attitude the Polish ambassador in Berlin would adopt if Ribbentrop handed him the German proposals. Beck replied that Lipski would not be authorized to accept such a document. Dalleris, in the company of Neville Henderson and George Ogilvy Forbes, communicated the German terms to the Polish ambassador, who had replied that acceptance would be out of the question and that his government would not give way. According to information from Neville Henderson, German conditions prepared for the Polish plenipotentiary envoy are: a demilitarized Danzig returns to Germany. Dynia remains in Poland. A plebiscite is to be held in the corridor within 1 year. The plebiscite is to be held on the basis of the population of 1919. Absolute majority to be decisive. Plebiscite Commission, Britain, France, Italy, and Russia. The Polish ambassador said he would stake his reputation on his conviction that German morale was breaking and that the present regime would soon crack. He said this offer was a sign of weakness on the part of the Germans. As a last resort, let us propose to France and Britain a conference for the 5th of September for the purpose of reviewing the Treaty of Versailles. François Poncet welcomes the proposal with some skepticism. Percy Lorraine welcomes it with enthusiasm. Halifax receives it favorably, reserving the right to submit it to Chamberlain. I insist on a quick answer since time is pressing. Not until 8:20 p.m. does the Central Telephone Office inform us that London has cut its communications with Italy. Georges Bonnet summons me and speaks about the Italian proposal. Bonnet believes he can obtain the cabinet's approval for the conference. Italian mediation is the last chance for peace. We cannot rely on a German-Polish agreement. The cabinet meeting opens at 6 p.m. with a presentation by Georges Bonnet. A simple, sincere, demonstrative presentation. What he says is perfect but lacking in faith and without the vigor of assertion. He is intimidated by Daladier. No one dares counter the idea that Hitler is bluffing and that Italian mediation is a trap. Daladier speaks of the obligation we have to remain firm and not to weaken in the face of risk. At this moment, an officer of the military household enters and hands Daladier a letter that does not seem unexpected. A personal letter from our ambassador in Berlin. Daladier says, "Listen to what he writes to me." The letter is mundane, but it concludes, "Hold firm. If you hold firm, Hitler will collapse." It's all about bluffing. The one who bluffs last will have the decisive advantage. Bluff in Berlin, trap in Rome. It's all posture. Coulandra's letter silences the dissenters. The German government will declare war in view of Polish general mobilization and their conviction that Poland prefers to fight rather than negotiate. Georges Bonnet informs me over the phone that German troops have entered Poland. This time they are crossing the limits of bluff. I hope we will no longer support the policy of firmness in the face of bluffing. I notice a resentment of Poland in several quarters. Someone recalled to me that last year Poland refused to assist Czechoslovakia and took advantage of the turmoil to annex Teschen. The president reacted in the same way. No one understands Beck's warlike intentions. We are 12 months behind our understanding of Polish mentality. However, I said to my neighbor in the cabinet, Paul Renault, "We will fight for Poland if Mussolini fails to organize a conference." He alone smiled. Many of my government colleagues agreed on turning to Italy. The obstacle to peace now is not Rome, but London. I was awakened by a phone call from Lukasiewicz, who said the situation in France was confused. Paris was full of rumors about a peace initiative by Mussolini, and not a word was heard about a declaration of war on Germany. At 9:30, he telephoned again in a state of even greater anxiety, beseeching me to bring about some decisive action by the British government, which the French would be bound to follow. In the evening, Churchill rang me up. I told him that Britain and France had still not made up their minds, he said slowly and in a strangled voice. I hope that Britain will keep its, and could go no further. His voice was stuck in his throat. I was startled to hear him sob. At which point Anthony Eden took over the telephone and said in the most sympathetic tone that he and his friends were impatient for the war. At 10 p.m., I again called on Halifax to ask him when the British were going to declare war and whether, if necessary, they would do so without France. His reply was somewhat more reassuring. The French, led by Georges Bonnet, would not shorten their ultimatum to Germany, which they insisted should be for a whole week. We know we could not hold the House of Commons for so long, but we offered as a compromise 48 hours from tomorrow morning. The French at first would not agree. Here, the war party, suddenly strengthened by John Simon, who I suppose saw his chance of becoming prime minister, began to argue for a shorter ultimatum still. Terrific excitement, wild talk of the French ratting all together, of our fighting them and the whole world. I saw Alec Dunglass. Are we all mad? I asked. Corbyn telephoned me at 2 o'clock in the morning. The British had done their best to reconcile their point of view with ours, but they could not hold off until Sunday noon, because Parliament would sit at 10 a.m. If Chamberlain had not sent his ultimatum to Germany by then, his government would be overthrown. So the ultimatum would be delivered at 9 a.m. and hostilities would begin at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, Beck returned from the French embassy to find technical preparations in full swing in his apartment, getting ready for him to deliver his speech on the radio. Whilst watching the work of the technicians, he turned to my wife. The nation had the right to put me against the wall and shoot me if they had not entered the war. I asked Halifax how he felt about the whole thing. He said his feeling reminded him of a dream he once had in which he was being tried for murder. When he was finally convicted and found guilty, he was surprised at the feeling of relief that came over him. Now it was very much the same. The Chancellor of the Exchequer said that it was impossible to say when war might break out, if it should break out in some years hence. It was important that those who are responsible for policy to realize that our financial strength was then likely to be much weaker than it is today. The president of the Board of Trade said that it was clear that the strain on our financial position was increasing and that the point would ultimately come when we would be unable to carry a long war. On account of our financial position and strength in armaments, there would come a moment which was the best time for war to break out. It might be desirable to consider whether at such a period we should apply strong pressure on Germany to relax the international tension. It still seems that the détente might have been achieved had it not been for the actions of the Polish government in sending what amounted to an ultimatum on the night of August 4th. According to reports, a short deadline for the ultimatum was set at the request of Marshal Rid Smigly. The Marshal had held a conference with Minister Beck and Ambassador Razinski, who returned from London to Warsaw after previously holding a conference with Minister Halifax. Minister Arciszewski said that everything was lost. The recklessness of our military, domestic, economic, and foreign policies are to blame. The army should never have been allowed to go to war, given its insufficient, or rather, complete lack of preparation. Pavel Starsensky and I discussed our foreign policy and looked for mistakes that could have caused the current disaster. The conclusion was that the assessment of our military strength was incorrect. We were conducting power politics when we were not a power. I made a night with Winston Churchill at Chartwell. I dined alone with him, and then we sat talking till 5 a.m. He remarked that last September, had there been a war, he would have been given the Admiralty. Now he might even be Prime Minister and perhaps the War Office. Neville Chamberlain is not a war prime minister. He is a pacifist at heart. He has a firm belief that God has chosen him as an instrument to prevent this threatened war. He can never get this out of his mind. He believes that chances may still arrive for averting war. Winston considered that it was now too late for any appeasement. The deed was signed and Hitler is going to make war. He walked about in front of the map and demonstrated his ideas. You must be clear on what is going to happen. The crippling or annihilation of Poland, the employment of Italy to create diversions, the capture of Egypt by Italian forces, a pressing on to the Black Sea via Romania, an alliance with Russia when the latter sees how the land lies. I told Winston that I was sure we were in for a bad time. We had no plans to deal with the war in general. Winston then produced the idea of putting a squadron of battleships into the Baltic. It would paralyze the Germans and immobilize many German divisions. This idea of British ships in the Baltic was revolutionary, and I was very surprised at how Winston was so navally minded. All his schemes came back to the use of the Navy. President Moshicki, during his trip through Bucharest after Poland's defeat, was asked by a Romanian prelate why he had thrust aside the hand extended by Germany. He answered that his government had considered very seriously the advisability of acting upon Göring's suggestions, but that it was prevented from doing so by British military and diplomatic representatives, who were backed by their American colleagues. A prompt forcing of the Scandinavian Straits by a British armada and a landing somewhere on Polish territory of French and British troops was promised. Churchill began his speech by saying how strange it was for him after 25 years to find himself once more in the same room in front of the same maps, fighting the same enemy and dealing with the same problems. His face then creases into an enormous grin, and he adds, glancing at the Prime Minister, "I have no idea how this curious change in my fortunes occurred." The whole house roared with laughter. One of the striking aspects of the Czech crisis was the lack of any contact between the British and Soviet governments. The first contact between Lord Halifax and the Soviet ambassador took place only on the 1st of October, that is, after the signing of the Munich agreements. In this context, the origin of the statement issued on the evening of the 26th September by the Foreign Office becomes difficult to establish. It has been authoritatively stated in London that if Germany, despite all efforts by the British Prime Minister, attacked Czechoslovakia, France would be forced to come immediately to the aid of the Czechs, and Great Britain and Russia would undoubtedly stand by France. This statement made a great impression, especially since it was known that it was drafted by Lord Halifax, the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. From the moment the Sudeten issue took such large proportions, this was the first British emphasis on a certain solidarity with Russia. I have not yet been able to clarify the direct reasons for issuing this statement. I only know that it was written by Lord Halifax in the presence of Mr. Winston Churchill. 5 years have passed since Poland, having received the British guarantee and listened to the British government's encouragement, stood alone to fight the German power. The September campaign gave the Allies 8 months of invaluable time and allowed Great Britain to make up for the shortcomings of its preparations for war. To such an extent that the air battle for London and the British Isles, which was a turning point in history, could be won. History will give the final judgment as to the significance of the September campaign for the fate of the world. We could not have imagined that England and France would start a war and then not come to our aid. Their interest in 2 fronts against Germany seemed indisputable. Of course, our guarantee could give no possible protection to Poland in any imminent attack upon her. You might say that this was cruel to Poland. I wouldn't agree with that, because our military situation must have been known to them, and they should have been quite aware of the peril that threatened them. You might say that it was cynical. On a short view, perhaps it was, but it did bring us into the war.
You can imagine what a bitter blow it is to me that all my long struggle to win peace has failed. Yet I cannot believe that there is anything more or anything different that I could have done and that would have been more successful. Up to the very last, it would have been quite possible to have arranged a peaceful and honorable settlement between Germany and Poland. But Hitler would not have it. He had evidently made up his mind to attack Poland whatever happened. And although he now says he put forward reasonable proposals which were rejected by the Poles, that is not a true statement. The proposals were never shown to the Poles, nor to us. And though they were announced in the German broadcast on Thursday night, Hitler did not wait to hear comments on them, but ordered his troops to cross the Polish frontier the next morning. His action shows convincingly that there is no chance of expecting that this man will ever give up his practice of using force to gain his will. He can only be stopped by force. And we and France are today, in fulfillment of our obligations, going to the aid of Poland, who is so bravely resisting this wicked and unprovoked attack upon her people. We have a clear conscience.
What does Remembrance Sunday mean for you? What is your message?
My message is, I can see in my mind's eye those rows and rows of white stones of all the hundreds of my friends and everybody else that gave their lives for what? The country of today. No, I'm sorry. The sacrifice wasn't worth the result that it is now.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
What do you mean by that, though?
Well, what we fought for, and what we fought for was our freedom. We find that even now it's darn sight worse than what it was when I fought for it.